Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I want to welcome each and every one of you. It is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English for January 9th, 2022. We call this the North American team. And I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skoric, who'll be doing a presentation shortly. Well, this is the year of magics, I would say. And of course, Mr. Kesh says he doesn't do magic. His knowledge is his magic. And if you understand it, you become a magician as well. We don't always tell you what to think, but we encourage you to think. We help you to think. And we help you to try to think for yourself. And that's what happens to many of us. We look here or there, but we want to become the last man standing. And I suppose as you move around this universe and so on and manifest yourselves in different dimensions, you will have to be the last man standing. And there won't be a lot of other things there to support you, but the knowledge will support you. And if you understand this knowledge, you become a magician, or what appears to be magic. But we know it's knowledge, and it's knowledge about our soul and our physicality. And Mr. Kesh is moving more and more into this dimension. I know he said repeatedly several times in the last workshop to re-listen to this program that was here last week, the first hour especially, he said. And what we're talking about in the first hour, what Mr. Kesh was talking about, was the end of religions. It's the end of Ayatollahs. It's the end of the Vatican. It's the end of monks and Buddhism, perhaps. And I don't know if it's going to be in an instant, but I know he said that Iran would be the first one to lose the religion, and then the rest will follow. He said that would be the first cookie to crumble. And of course, the world leaders will follow suit as they see the religious leaders taking off their frocks, so to speak. They may not step down, but I think they're going to be looking to the Universal Council for leadership. As Mr. Kesh said, the Universal Council has no power, but they do have this understanding of guidance. And I think that's what the world leaders will be looking for in the upcoming weeks and months as we start to move into this brand new dimension that many of us have waited for a long time. We know in the last 3,000 years, there's been at least 5,000 wars on this planet. And many of them have been over religion and resources. And both of these, fighting for resources and fighting over religion, is coming to an end this year. So it's going to be quite a magical year for all of us. And especially as we see our friends and neighbors start to take an interest, I think, in this knowledge and want to learn more, as we have all wanted to learn more. And as we've sort of been infected with this virus, not the one that's prevalent, but this knowledge-seeking virus in a way, or this want to know more about ourselves, our universe, our physicality, and our souls. I'd like to go to the first clip here, and that's the one Lisa made. And you can see what's going on behind the scenes. I think this is one of the most beautiful ones I've ever seen. I don't know if it's because of the music, the words, or the combination of both, but the chef who made it, we can feel the emotion that she put in it. And we can see also what's going on in the background that we're not quite fully aware of what the creator and Mitra are actually doing around this universe and so on. And now that Mitra has manifested here, the creator is also here. So this is a beautiful winning combination. And the fields of this understanding are going to be made available to all of us. Before I go to that clip, is there anyone who needs anything or would like to make any comments, or did something touch you this week that you're just waiting to share with the rest of us? Again, I want to thank you all for being here today. But this is probably the greatest first year that humanity has ever experienced. And not only for us, also for the universal community. They're going to become more enlightened. And we think they have 1 billion or 2 billion years of knowledge, but they're trying to get back to the mother as well, as we've been told. We're sort of in the same position, trying to discover the soul and more about the soul. So let's go to this new tomorrow for a few minutes and see what the creator, and this is, again, he said, in a way, it's a gift from the creator. And this has taken a long time to accomplish, but now it's here, and we're all probably going to be witnessing it, experiencing it, and see how it touches our friends, our relatives, and all of humanity. And I want to thank Lisa for producing such a beautiful work for all of us to enjoy and to become inspired with, and to become more enlightened with as we see what's going on in the background. I know Mr. Kesh has said many times that the knowledge seekers only know about 2% of what the Kesh Foundation is actually doing on this planet. But every day and every week and every knowledge seekers workshop, we seem to be finding out more and more and more. And I'm sure Mr. Kesh is anxious to have it revealed. But again, there's a timing and a certain way things are supposed to happen. As we know, this other new cycle that's starting in 2/22/22, he said it was purposely set this way, and this is the day of the public teachings, which you'll hear from a question at the end of this meeting today that was asked, and Mr. Kesh got into it, that this 2/22 was actually, it's not coincidental, but it was actually chosen for this time and this place and this position. So let's hear this beautiful 6-minute clip.
In the world of creation, we had the two extremes, except in the case of the creator and Mitra, where we could never bring the functionality of the soul within the functionality of physicality. We had the physicality hidden within the soul, or soul within the physicality, or in conjunction of the two, one would never have the understanding of the totality, where we could transit but exist in both directions. With the new cycle, this is what Einstein said: when you turn one atom, the other atom changes. This new dimension will blow that field which commonly exists between all the cells of the universe, into that position, which means all the created things, as a gift from the Creator in a way, become able to transmute between the two dimensions. There's a reason for this, and it's taken a long time for it to be done, and it has reached its pinnacle and it will be completed. It's already in the process of being completed. Was to take from the essence of the soul of every created things of the time, beginning of time, an essence of the creation of the soul or the center, and create a new creature which carries all the essence of the created in the new soul, which can with it go from the soul of the creator to the soul of physicality of Mitra. This is what the whole knowledge is. The creator is the universe, and Mitra the dimension of physicality and its behavior towards the dimension of physicality. And with a new system, every creature in the universe will have the understanding of the capability to transmute between the two. This has a lot of implication for all races in the universe, because now they all become the same. In the coming time, we will see even change in the position of galaxies, position of universes. Many systems will move due to the changes which has been brought. Man doesn't have that knowledge as such to monitor, but we'll have the knowledge to see, we'll have the time to see that with the new fields, as we call it, a lot of things will move in the right position to keep that ability to change between the two. That you don't need to kill to keep the physicality going, you don't need to steal, and the soul does not need to be engaged or to escape, to be out on its own, to be able to confirm its existence. And this this process will complete very soon. That the whole of universal community will be able to have the benefit of the two, both in the dimension of energy or matter, which never existed. When we released the soul, we had to get rid of the physicality. You call it death. When we brought the soul, you had to give it the physicality, and you go through the dimension of the birth, and then you have the whole commotion of bringing the two. With a new system, both soul and the soul of physicality work together in the existence of dimension. We expect a massive change in the physical characteristics of human race in the coming century, because we change into the emotion of the physicality. The way, as I said many times, but many never understood, Indians and Pakistanis were the same, till one chose to take different kind of energy in the other one, and we see change of the feature. Now, with the balance between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of man, many of us will change feature, without a shadow of a doubt. Man will change the faces of anger, man will change the faces of hate, will change the face of warmongering, because we get satisfied in the fields of it. And this is part of what will be and what has already started, and the completion of will be the birth of Mitra. Physical completion of birth of Mitra in a physical dimension, not in myths. And then we have the soul of the Creator, which the two will complete the cycle. And then, as I said very recently to one of my listeners, then we'll see if Adam will eat from the apple of love and giving it. And then we'll see how humanity will change. And the whole creation will change. We are at the verge of that change. Much, much closer than anybody could think of, not only a human race.
Yes, so we've all been waiting for this change, and this is the year of the change, the manifestation of the promised one, or the Nact. So it's very humbling, and as Mr. Kesh said, we want to remain humble. Once you think you have it all and you've got it, the light of the truth, he said, turns away from you. So remain humble if you can. Otherwise, we'll fall into the same pattern, I think, as the church and the mosque, and we don't want to do that. But it's almost like he's cleared the entire chessboard and a whole new structure is happening now behind the scenes, even though we haven't been fully aware of it and we don't have the capability, let's say, to monitor it, but in time we'll have the time, he said. We'll have the time to see and to understand. So it's a very, very beautiful and humbling time where everything is being, in a way, recreated. And this is the change that all of humanity that has lived, I think, and has gone through life has wished it could have been better, or it could have been a lot better. And now we're seeing that this is the time for this change. Dan, I noticed you put something in the chat. What was this? It says 5 minutes, 15 seconds for virus. Is this something else? Okay, maybe Dan can't come in right now. But what a revolution, and it is the plasma revolution time. More and more people, I think, will be asking us to share, and that they are interested in this knowledge, as we've seen many times, just the opposite. When you start talking about the soul or the cup or something else, they just sort of walk away. But now these fields are moving on this planet. More and more people are going to become aware and become aware of the soul. We're going to be trained in these systems, and it's all going to begin in Iran and Austria and Arizona. So remember to elevate them and enlighten them with your soul. And this is a very important aspect. And we understand this is all created through the emotions, and the atoms contain some sort of light that can be connected, not a light that we can see, but I suppose a ray, and it can touch every other atom wherever you'd like it to go. So we have these abilities, and we're going to learn to develop them more. And especially as we move into the collective, I don't think the souls that are opposing will be able to resist at all. And they'll just sort of, everything is going to start to fall into line. It may not be easy, as we've heard, but we've set a path, and that path will be delivered. And it's starting out with the 3 units in the 3 different countries. Hello? Okay, I thought I heard Mr. Kesh's voice for a moment. But anyway, it's the most magnificent and humbling time that we have ever seen on this planet. People are going to just be shocked when they see the Pope step down, or Ayatollah step down, or monks start to leave what they're doing. And I don't know what's in store, but it's all very beautiful. As I said, we only know just a little bit about what the foundation is doing on this planet. And of course, the work we've seen is beautiful. Alex, is that you?
And good afternoon, Mark.
I thought you may want to come in a bit early here, although we do have a bit of the teaching from 414 and a question at the end I'll play from Ed, which is quite quite enlightening. And I just want to encourage everybody to remember to think of Mitra. And this is our new friend, our sort of eternal friend in a way. And this is the dimension, of course, of physicality, but these are also rays from the creator, which is responsible for all of the creation across the universe. Alex, can I mute your mic? Thank you. So I don't know exactly what's in store, but Mr. Kesh said to re-listen to this first hour of last week's North American teaching. And he basically went into this whole appearance of the promised one. And this is about to happen and take shape. And we will look for the signs and so on and so forth as we see certain religions start to, the leadership stepping down. This is going to catch on. It'll move across the planet. And then, of course, the world leaders as well. I don't think they're going to actually step down, but they're going to ask advice and direction from the Universal Council. So we always want to elevate and enlighten the Universal Council and their members, so that we remain humble and that we give correct advice when asked for. So it's quite a monumental thing, I would say, the first time this has ever happened on this planet. Of course, Mr. Kesh is a well-known travel agent in the universe, and he's worked with many, many civilizations to actually get off the planet and join with the universal community in so many ways. And even will have detection abilities to see. I remember he said that about a third of the people on this planet are not from here. And he described one where in one certain area where they identified one and they sort of realized they were identified, and they moved between the stairs and the lift. But we'll be able to do this and understand the beauty of it, not to expose them to anything, but to just be aware that they're here. And this will be a whole new dimension of understanding for us, all of us, to see their beauty, to see how they can manifest, and to probably interact with them. And even in the future, I think children will be created with these different combinations, but we'll have to see. Dan, I'll ask you again, what did you put in the chat? Is it, it's something on YouTube, I see, 5 minutes and 15 seconds for virus. I'm not sure.
Mark,
Yes.
apparently that goes to a knowledge, the 36th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Apparently Dan was posting something from a Knowledge Seekers Workshop that has to do with the virus, he thinks.
Okay, very good. Even though we're not really talking about that, so to speak, because of the problems that it entails. Even doctors and so on are having trouble. They're under a gag order as well, and I'm no doctor. So, but we're quite aware of this energy package. And again, it's training for us as we move into space to be able to deal with these sort of entities or energy packages that will affect us if we don't know how to stay clean of them, I guess, or perhaps we'll convert them into food or so on and so forth. So it's quite an immense undertaking by the creator and Mitra. And we just want to keep this idea of Mitra alive in our minds and in our souls, that we haven't been aware of before, about Mitra's existence and where she came from and what this was all about. And now we have the sort of second appearance of Mitra in a way. First, it was just understanding that there is a creator, and now understanding that the creator is actually within us. Although we're not the creator, we're the reflection of the creator, but he made the man in the image of himself. And so we're going to have this ability. All of the creation is going to have this ability in time to move between the dimension of energy and the dimension of physicality. And I know it sounds like it's science fiction, but again, it's not magic, it's knowledge. And when you don't have the knowledge, it does look like magic to many. And even making the cup where we take fields and convert them into matter, now we're going to be able to move matter into fields at will. So I want to thank you all. And if Alex would like to come in, and again, I don't know if Mr. Kesh is joining us today or not, but I just thought that you had a presentation ready for last week. And as Mr. Kesh said, your presentations are beautiful. So I thought perhaps if you'd like to start, and then we can go into other things.
Yes, that would be great, Mark.
I
I'm
do
ready.
have the disclaimer ready to play if you'd like that.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, let me just bring it up. And very soon, I think these disclaimers will go the way of the dinosaur, I suppose, because we'll be teaching the knowledge far and wide, and we won't need a disclaimer as everyone will start to understand the truth about the knowledge of the Kesh Foundation and the knowledge of the universe and the knowledge of creation. And this is what will end the abuse of the man. It's for the lack of knowledge. So let me play this and then you can come in.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And we want to welcome Alex from Canada. We want to thank you so much for always being here and always delivering a beautiful teaching for us, even though I don't always get the full of it. I want to thank you for delivering it, because maybe my soul understands more than is being revealed to my physicality. So thank you, Alex, for your time and your effort, not only teaching here, but teaching in Mexico and in Brazil and perhaps Italy, Germany. I'm not exactly sure where you are, but it's a very beautiful work. And again, we're all students and we're all teachers. As Mr. Kesh said, you never know what you share, who it'll touch, and how it'll touch them. So that's why we can all feel free to share. But I want to turn the floor over to Alex right now and allow him to make another beautiful presentation.
Thank you very much, Mark. And good afternoon, everybody. This is the Kesh Foundation North American Corona Team meeting. Beautiful Sunday afternoon. I had to have the fireplace going because it's going down to minus 30 degrees tonight. That's in Celsius. Well, it doesn't much matter.
It's
just as cold
bitterly,
in
bitterly
Fahrenheit.
cold. Yes.
Yes, and one of the concerns, of course, we have is the street people. And this year we have more street people than we've ever had. And this is one of the things that we talked about in the past was we don't measure by how much money we have. We measure by the poorest people. And we have thousands of poor people in Canada.
Well, our streets are littered with servicemen as well. I think they're one of the highest percentages of the homeless population in our country, even though you don't know they're servicemen, you just see them as homeless people. And I know Mr. Keshin through Iran has provided these gifts to Arizona, which will start to elevate their souls so that they can end the battles within their minds that they've been experiencing because of this war. So thank you for mentioning that, Alex.
Yes, a human tragedy, and a lot of families are experiencing tragedies of various kinds around the world, and this is what it is in the year of 2022. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teachings on plasma science. We're in the advanced knowing portion of it. We're still talking about emotional transformation. This is January the 9th, 2022. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. And I want to welcome Canadian, American, and Mexican knowledge seekers as we represent North America. And we still have that new state, the United States of Emergency, that we're trying to deal with, which still includes the proverbial pandemic after 2 years. Mudslides, flooding, tornadoes, those are just the obvious emergencies. There are numerous hidden emergencies, but there is a little light at the end of the tunnel. And I just want to review that these teachings are public and they're for all knowledge seekers. So whether you're a new knowledge seeker or a mature knowledge seeker, this would be beneficial. For the new knowledge seekers, things we're going to discuss may be unknown to you, and I want to welcome you. But here's a chart of what we have discussed over the last, well, what I have discussed over the last 15 months. The Keshe Foundation has been discussing this 13, 14 years now. And it's been all in public domain. And for the mature knowledge seekers, review is always good, but we do need to move ahead because we've crossed the bridge of knowledge. And we need to still explain it to new knowledge seekers because the percentage, and you mentioned maybe 2% of us are aware of what's going on, and the rest of us are not. And this is not really fair. If we do this in a physical state, then it's a slow process. But we have other ways to do that, and we're going to touch on that today with respect to emotional transformation. So I want to welcome you to the Plasmagen Travel Agency. You were all born to Earth. Many don't know how we got here. There's a few who don't really care to know. But we were born for a reason. Many of us don't know why, and a few of us really don't care to know why. We were born to Earth, but we want to travel to Mars, and we don't know how to do that either, and we don't know why, and we don't care to know why. The why really is why we were born to Earth and not born to Mars in the first place. It would have been so much easier, I guess. And so this leads us to another state, and I bring this up because it's a state of ignorance. And to be ignorant is to be unaware. But ignorance is also to be aware but unwilling. And, you know, we all have bridges to cross, and we've crossed this bridge of physicality in the public teachings on this forum. But, you know, sometimes we can't cross the bridge, either because the bridge is out or we don't know how to cross the bridge. But this is as opposed to those who don't want to cross the bridge. They just want to stay on the other side of the bridge in the state of corruption. And so for the rest of us, it's time to get dirty, because the statistics that don't lie, after 2 years, the score is the pandemic in Canada has taken over 30,000 lives, as compared to cancer still on course, doing its usual 200 casualties a day. In the last 2 years, there's 164,000 people, and but we don't care about that. We are still going into uncharted skies, and so we all like to follow the leader. But who is that leader? Who is that leader to follow? Because you know, for me as a teacher, who do I follow? Because how do I teach, and especially teach when I don't know where I'm going? I never been there in terms of physicality, so I have to become the student. And I often wonder, you know, well, can you hear me? Or there's those who say, well, you know, seeing is believing. Well, we have to sort this out, you see, because there are going to be some rough seas ahead, and somehow, some way, we have to tune in to the energies of the universe and turn on the power that we have within our souls by dropping out of our physicality. And so today, I really only have one thing to talk about, a small thing, but it's because of the resistance that we're getting, you know, the resistance to bring heaven to earth as opposed to stir the pot of hell. It's mind-boggling, and but we have good news. We were going to do this last week, and so the thing is that this session got postponed, but another part of the world was celebrating Christmas on the 7th of January, and some celebrated it with Christmas dinner, and others celebrated with riots in the street. And this is not commentary. This is just a fact of life. So we are still celebrating the new year. And as such, the clock is still ticking. And so what is the difference between last week and this week? Well, the Keshe Foundation is now officially a space agency, not an advertising specialty agency. And so the countdown begins. And if it's possible, if it's doable and desirable, we may bring it down much faster. But right now, the launch to the moon on June 6, 2022, the countdown begins. And it's T-minus 147 days, 12 hours, 59 minutes, and 36 seconds and counting. And hang on to your hats, please, because we're going to be soul travelers. So I just want you to please check your bags, understand that we're born for a reason. As soul travelers, we proceed to become universal functionaries. So please proceed to the departure lounge, because flight 2022 is now boarding. And I hope you have a nice trip, suckers. These teachings are based on the plasma teachings as disclosed in the books, Merentel Kodesh, book number 1, the universal order of creation of matter. And shouldn't we know this? Shouldn't have we been taught this when we were kids? To understand how force fields interact. We were playing with magnets. We didn't understand the forces of creation. All these talks about dreams and ghosts and all sorts of other things, and not understanding the principal matter and what it is behind us. We have to think. And how do we get here? How do we get there? How do we travel? Book number 2, the structure of light. We don't understand light. We don't understand really what it means. And if we only believe what we see, and we know that there's darkness where there's no light, and so we can't see. And if you walk into a room and there's no light, does that mean there's nothing there? Well, book number 3 talks about the origin of the universe. And maybe this should have been book number 1, because as you can see, 1 and 1 is more than 2. And so here we have one universe splitting up into 2 universes, where we have our universe, which is man's universe, and then we have a sister universe that is the substructure. This is the plasma science, and this is the plasma matter. And the plasma matter is something that we don't seem to understand, and that's because of the terminology. So I want to clarify that some more, because we've been teaching for thousands of hours, and it's really, really hard to get, mainly because we only have a few hours of learning of the new science, and 24 hours, 7 days a week, we are bombarded with the old knowledge. Because the old knowledge doesn't tell us is how the universe is created. And this is not commentary, this is fact. The universe exists from energy. Energy is always in motion. So energy is always positive. So the charge of the energy is the charge in motion, the direction of the flow. And so we see a convergence of energy as shown on the picture of book number 1, the universal order of creation of matters. And we see the coming together of antimatter, dark matter, and matter. Well, what is this matter? Well, we haven't decided yet. But what we do know is that this matter comes from somewhere, and it interacts with something. And so when you get 2 plasma matters together, there is a relationship, and no 2 plasma matters are the same. So there is a higher and there is a weaker, and there's a tendency to balance. And so the path to balance is through what we call as an infinity loop. And this is the best that we can do. And looking at this infinity loop, because it's in 2 dimensions, and the world is in many more dimensions. But for the purpose of basic teaching, and for the purposes of looking good, we'll talk about basically plasma science is the science of the magnetical field forces of attraction and repulsion. That's it. But we have to understand it's a 2-way street, you see. So there is an attraction and a repulsion. There's also a repulsion and an attraction. And so whichever one dominates determines whether it's magnetical or gravitational. And so we have a condition which we like to say is natural creation. And then we have an unfortunate description in physics, which we call natural decay. And this was brought about by the nuclear industry, where we know that there's a natural decay between 20,000 and 50,000 years. And since this is generally accepted science, I mean, just think about it. this is generally accepted science. So we built nuclear reactors knowing in advance, knowing the limitations in advance. Some people would say that that's premeditated. So the energy is emitted and the energy is absorbed from a plasma field. That plasma field is the balance between magnetic and gravitational field forces. That balance of field forces is called a maggrav. So the emission is a magnetical field force emitted from a maggrav condition. Absorption is the gravitational attraction to a field force we call a maggrav. And so we see this if we understand the nuclear decay of a neutron. We have the neutron, just like on the cover of book number 3, and it breaks down into an electron-proton combination. Someone called it a marriage. They do work together. And so there's a difference in energy. There's a difference in mass. Mass and energy are integral to each other, and they affect the speed of light. And so we have a release of these PM ticks, which are rays, which in fact are light and light energy. Some we can see, some we can't see. And so this creates motion, this creates energy flow, and this creates creation. It's all natural creation. Ray motion is creation. And natural decay is also creation. It's just another form of creation. So if we were to increase our plasma state, that becomes a natural creation. And then if we were to decrease our plasma state, which we say is a natural decay, is in fact a natural creation. It goes both ways, you see. The difference is one creates a plasma condition in a plasma state, and the other creates a plasma condition in a physical state. So now that creates a little confusion because we have a physical plasma state. So what we have to understand is that the physical plasma state is not the same as the plasmatic, or what we call a plasmagen plasma state, not the same. And so when we look at what we are a magnetical residue, a residue that is either converging or diverging. That is to say, it's either gravitational or magnetical. That is to say, it's either an attraction or repulsion. But there's an independent variable. And each plasma condition has an independent variable. So your plasma condition, which is an independent variable, is dependent on another plasma condition, which is an independent variable. So you have two independent variables minimum, and they're interdependent of each other, because the plasma positioning is dependent on these independent variables. What is the cause of this interdependence? And that's what we're going to discuss today, the emotional transformation. You see, because the emotional transformation is the invisible energy behind the physical transformation. And the physicality is the transmutation, manifestation, form, artifact. That's why we had to cross the bridge. We are on the other side. The cups of life represent this. One moment, please.
You may have to tend the fire or put another log on.
Yes.
They don't last that long, do they?
My feet are cold. But my heart is warm. And my coffee is so it's still warm. So
And your voice
Anyway.
is strong. So great.
well, I hope you're enjoying this this trip here. We're in the middle of a trip, and there is a key point, and so it may sound repetitive, but we're in a different context. And that context is the relationship of the magnetic and gravitational field that we see in the cup one. And cup one, we call that an emotional cup, right? Because it has a zinc plate in there. And cup one is different from cup two because cup two has a copper plate in there. So if we're still dealing with the pandemic or conditions of, and you want to use those cups for those purposes, please keep them at least 1 meter apart so that you can have your emotional context and your physical context and use them appropriately. But when we put them together, they represent the cup of man. But the cup of man, as we're discussing today, we know we're physical. Boy, do we know that we're physical. But we're also emotional. And that is the emotional transformation that I want to discuss today. So the emotional transformation is invisible, unseen. But when we look at the cups of life, and we created the cups of life, there's a whole lot of action going on inside. What we don't see is the emotional part of the cup. What we do see is the physical manifestation. And this physical manifestation is in the form of GANs, amino acid, and water. And I'm not showing any wires in this picture because you all know how to hook it up. What we're looking at is the plasma manifestation. In other words, we're looking for the plasmagen forces that cause this physical manifestation. And then, of course, we want to see where does our soul fit in. So we have our emotional, we have our physical, we have our soul, each of which has a magnetical gravitational relationship, and each of which has a soul. And this now has to take into account the positioning of the environment. And so we're born to Earth. And so our environment here, from Earth's perspective, also has a magnetical gravitational relationship. And as such, you know that the Earth has a soul. So when you have two forces coming together, 1 and 1 is more than 2. And the energy and the manifestation, shall we say, transaction, is what we call inertia. So some of us think that inertia is that something will go in the direction that it's going to unless it has a change of force, either complementing or reducing. So that's a good way to describe inertia. If you're driving down a racetrack and your motor tanks out, you will be slowing down because of friction and a reduction in the energy coming in from the motor. So you'll be losing inertia. That's not what inertia means. Inertia is the interaction of any two plasmatic fields. And so the combination of the forces from these force fields create a plasmatic condition. So the manifestation of the interaction of two plasmatic fields interacting through inertia becomes a manifestation. And it may be a plasmatic manifestation, or it may be a physical manifestation. So this is why we harp so much on the terminology, because we had to understand that just like this planet rotates, that's what transmission is. Transmission rotates, and so it rotates on the x-axis. We all understand the spinning top, and when we were kids, we played with spinning tops, and we made them rotate, and then we tried maybe to see how much of a disruption we can do to the pattern that the spinning top was making by being, shall we say, irresponsible in our imparting of the forces of rotation. And we found that the spinning top would always end up rotating on its point, as long as it had enough rotation. So the thing that kept it vertical was the y-axis, the polarity. And so the polarity was pointing from the ground to the sky, even if the top was spinning on the ground. And so that's the relationship between the transmission and the transition. The transmission is rotation, the transition is polarity. And then how strong was this field? Well, that was up to you. And so you're not part of the top. You were imparting towards the top. You were the transmutation medium. And so the energy that we were seeing was the plasma energy, and through its rotation, stabilized in the core. And from that core, it tried to ascertain its position with respect to what? Well, it happened to be on Earth. And so we know that Earth has a dynamic maggrav condition, and that is a dynamism that is happening between the Earth's core position and the top's core position, as determined by your core position. So all of this is a manifestation of energy in motion. And how this is done is determined by the charge. And so the charge has a strength and the charge has a direction, right? And it goes through various dimensions. And so we have dimensions on this planet, we have dimensions of emotions, and we have soul dimensions. So the thing is that there is a crossover point. As we threw the top, and maybe it looked like it was going crazy, but eventually the rotational energy straightened it out. And that was because the transition energy of the polarity made it stand up straight. So somewhere, someplace, there was a perpendicular crossover point between the transmission rotation and the transition polarity. And so a lot of people are thinking, well, this is all pie in the sky. And so we've used pi to rationalize the difference between straight lines and curves. And we need to do this because we have other dimensions that we have to take into consideration. And that's what we're trying to do. We're just having some target practice here, trying to figure out where our emotions are. So the result of this, of course, is, as I said, the direction and strength of flow is the manifestation from our transmutation. The manifestation from our transmutation creates a field strength, which we call the z-axis, or the third dimension. And so that field strength, combined with the rotation and combined with the polarity, creates a plasma. And in that core, we are establishing our position, and depending on the field strength, we are comparing that to another plasma core and its position. So obviously the Earth is really, really big, and we are really, really small. So the top that we're playing with is like really super tiny, but there still is an interaction, there still is a dynamism, because the energy is always in motion. So we see that. So these relationship references that we're making all determine how much synergy we have. In other words, synergy, where we have more than the sum of the parts, 1 and 1 being more than 2. And then the susceptibility is 1 and 1 more than 2, or is it possible that 1 and 1 is less than 1? Well, yes, it is, but the energy is still in motion. Well, where did it go? Well, so we see that even on Earth, we can transcend into different energy states. So even on Earth, in our physical Earth, where we see the range from the ground to the sky, and we operate within that range, within our transportation vehicle, which we call the body, we can see that there are energy fields, well, that we can't see. And so this is where the curvature comes in, you see, because when we look at how we go through where we have greater than 1 or less than 1, and we try and see a straight line by going through different orders of magnitude. Remember, an order of magnitude is 10 times. So we say if it's above 1, and we say kilo, that's 3 orders of magnitude. We say that's 10 to the third. But if it goes less than 1, and if we say milli, that's 3 orders of magnitude less than 1. So, yeah, yes, thank you. I am staying warm.
Não falei com ela.
Hã?
Não falei com ela.
Então,
So when we get into nano, the straight line situation changes. It has to curve because it's going somewhere. We don't know where. It just has a tendency to curve. And the tendency is going to be determined by the interaction of other fields. So just so that we can review some terminology, we've been saying this is part of the advanced teaching of knowing by connection. So if there's connection, then there's a connection between boundaries. And then we have other words like, what do these connections mean? We can have continuous connections, or we can have chains, links. We can stack them, terrace them. We have gradients. We even have daisy chaining. And lastly, we have contiguous. So we know from the chains of band that there's a significant difference between what we see in terms of basic physics, the atomic structure of chaining, and in plasma physics, the unchaining of the monatomic particles of the nanostructure. So there is a connection, but it's not a chained connection. It's actually more of a linked connection. And it is this linking, like we have when we bring hands together and we get around, ring around the rosy, and we all grab our hands and dance in a circle. So we link up, but we're not tied up. And we dance in a circle, right? Even square dancing, you go into a circle, right? Anyway, square dancing is a North American style of dancing. And so we are looking at how this rotation not only affects our physicality, but affects our life. So this is one form of a link. The other kind of a link, if we just, instead of putting them in a circle, we put them on top of each other. And this was the 5-cup stacker system. And so we see the 5 cups, well, we saw from our previous description here, they are all stacked up, one on top of each other. And so there's a gradient that is created. And so what a gradient means is that we can say connect by gravity. So let's say we have 2 jugs of water and we put one jug higher than the other. We call this terracing. And if we connect the hose or some kind of bridge, water bridge, we can get the flow going. And so the flow would go from the upper cup to the lower cup by gravity. It's a connection by gravity, right? And so the steeper it goes, the higher the gradient. But what happens when that gradient is non-existent? What happens when we just create a water bridge by siphoning and we depend on capillary effect? So we don't have to have a gradient. We could still take the water from one cup and pour it into the other cup without having a terracing effect. In fact, it could just be on a level basis. And so the capillary effect is actually some kind of invisible energy that is drawing the water from one cup to the other. And as you can see, there's no motor there. Now, if we extend this, we could just keep on going. So regardless of the number of cups inside this connection, what we can determine and what we can alter is the direction of flow. So at some point the flow has to come in and some point the flow has to go out. But during the connection, there is a flow. And then the strength of the flow depends on the force field of the energy coming in, and the energy going out is as a result of that, right? But in between, it maintains its same thing. So we say that basically all the cups in the center, in the part of the connection, are catalysts because they are exchanging energy without reducing in size. So in other words, the water level inside the cup remains the same, but we know that water is coming in and water is going out. So how is that possible? Now, there's another thing. Say we remove some of these cups. So this brings a new word, a different meaning to the word connection. It's called contiguous, where there is no immediate connection next to. So the flow remains. And so an excellent reference to this is we can say, well, Hawaii is part of the North American team. Alaska is part of the North American team, but there's no land connection above the water. So we would say also that Hawaii and Alaska are not connected to mainland United States, but they are part of the United States. So by being part of the United States, the connection is not direct, the connection is contiguous. So that's what it means. So let's say we have on the left-hand side, the United States, and maybe in the center we have Hawaii, and on the right-hand side, we have Alaska. All of those cups are governed by the same government and fall under the same country, the United States of America. So, and that's what we mean by contiguous. So there is a connection, but it's not a direct connection. So we know that in our terminology, we understand that, but in our plasma terminology, we don't. Excuse me. So when we're looking at nano, and we see that the nanostructure comes in layers, and through those layers, we create star formations. And we don't know if these star formations are up or down. It doesn't really matter. What does matter is that all of these plasma fields come together and they create another plasma field in the center. And so you have a monatomic structure of nano. You have multiple monatomic structures of nano. These structures become star formations. And as a result of these star formations, they create a plasma condition. And as a result of these plasma conditions, they have an energy flow. Connection. So it all depends on how much energy is coming in and how much is going out. And that is determined by the gradient. So then that gradient is the energy that is flowing in the plasma dimension that is unseen. And this is why in the nanostate, it's a superconductor at room temperature. So, and the difference between protein and a man-made polymer. So a protein is made from the natural plasmatic state, and it is a living organism, and it is a living plasma matter, different from a physical plasma matter as a polymer, because a polymer is a chemical reaction that is created on the leeward side of the watershed, on the physical side. So both are plasma matter, but they're not the same. The polymer is in physicality, the protein is in plasma state, and we are all plasma beings. And the thing about it is there's a gap. So this gap means that all of these nanoparticles are not connected physically, but they all work together. So we bridge this gap. So therefore, all of these nanoparticles create a contiguous environment for the conduction of energy. And because part of it is in the physicality and the gaps are in the non-physicality, so you now have a contiguous connection, whichever way you want to look at it. You could have a physical connection, or you could have a plasmatic connection. Either way, it's a contiguous connection. And that's what we're talking about today. The universal contiguous connection. So in other words, we are more than what we seem to be. So if you only hear the music, then that's all you hear. And if you only see the land, then that's all you see. But neither one explains the energy that is coming from behind that, which is invisible, right? So what we want to do is to better understand our arena of operation. So what we're talking about is the arena of life. And like in all arenas, we build arenas to play our games. And so we have players in those games. But are the players in the game, or is the audience in the game? Is the audience being played? You know, I say life is a carnival. Life is a circus. And how come we have so many clowns in action? Well, because there's suckers born every day. So please step right up and tell the universe to shut up. Let's look at an arena here. What I want to say is you can be outside or you can be inside, right? But even once you're inside, what happens then? So let's say you have 3 rows here and they're in the red zone, right? So you have row A, B, and C. What is the difference between row A and row B? Well, you know, like not much, right? Row B is in front of row A, okay. So big deal. And what's the difference between row B and row C? Well, not much, right? They just one row forward. That's the same thing. Who cares, right? You don't have to be specific. You can fudge it, right? So all three rows are red. But the relationship between row A to row B is, it's only one row. But the relationship between row A and row C, well, wait a second. That's a whole different matter. That's twice as much. So this is, 2 rows down. But, in row A, you're paying X number of dollars. And in row C, you're paying X number of dollars. But row C, you would agree, is more desirable than row A because you're closer to the action. Okay, well, at some point in time, we create a boundary and we say, well, we're not going to make all the seats red. We're going to have some in the nosebleed section in the end there, in the greens. Well, in the green section, you have the same relationship between 3 rows of green seats. And so they're all, slightly different, but, not much. You're still, in the nosebleed section, way up in the rafters, trying to see the little hockey players playing on the ice. But clearly, there's a big difference between being way up in the greens or being closer to the action in the reds. And so therefore, you pay the greater price. So this is not fair. First of all, you pay to get in. Okay, so now you're in. But wait a second, now you got to pay to get even closer. So you got to pay more. The closer you get to the action, the more you have to pay. And so currency, money, is the currency in our society. In the plasma science, it's the same thing, except that the currency is energy. So in our life, we spend a lot of energy making money, and some people make money better than others, so they don't spend as much energy. And then, of course, some people make a lot more money because they make sure that they not only earn the money, but steal the money, because that's far more efficient. So when we look at this comparison, and why I brought it up is because when we see the light, the speed of light, then we say the speed of light is constant on this planet. But if the speed of light is constant, how can we have different colors of light? Right? So this is an anomaly. And the thing is that we find that the frequency of the light increases as it becomes more gravitational. And so that stands to reason, right? Because as it gets closer to the core, it has a smaller distance to travel. So having a smaller distance to travel at the same speed, which is constant, it has a shorter distance. So therefore it has a higher frequency. So we find that the higher frequency is gravitational to the core, and the lower frequency is the magnetical towards the magnetosphere. And so that's how light operates. But you know what? Beyond the magnetosphere, it's kind of dark, isn't it? So there's no light there. And what's going on? Does that mean it doesn't exist? Well, so why I'm bringing this point up here is because when we talk about states of matter, and this is basically, we're coming to the conclusion of the states of matter, where we're talking about a small m matter physical state. So all plasma is in a matter state. But what we're going to be talking about is the small m matter plasma state. And that consists of other states, and we're all well familiar with this. We have gases, and what we know about gases, why they're gases, is because they're warmer. And science says when it's warmer, it has higher vibration. And so the higher vibration leads to faster vibration. And because it's higher vibrating and faster vibrating, it needs more space. So this makes sense. That's why the Earth has a gas envelope around it, right? And then under the gas, well, we have liquid, right? So the liquid, of course, is a lower temperature than gas, but it's a higher temperature than solid. So that's why the liquid is on top of the ground. And so the solid then is even a lower temperature, and it requires lower volume, right? So that's why it's gravitational, it goes to the center. But water, of all the elements, well, actually, of all the molecules, defies this, shall we say, gradient. The water at lower temperature leads to a greater volume when it goes from liquid to solid. Sorry, when it goes from liquid to solid, we have a lower temperature but a greater volume, which is why ice floats on the surface. So this kind of explains why ice is forming in the top of the mountains, because the top of the mountains are higher away from the ground, as is the gas. So what I'm trying to say here is that we need more volume as we go away from the ground. We need more volume as we go into the magnetical waves. Okay, and that's by temperature. So we see that if we say the energy is following paths, so it comes in, it goes out, goes around, or goes through the earth. And we call those ways of energy path emission and absorption, or we call it repulsion and attraction. Plasmatically, we call it magnetical or gravitational force fields. And so we have our center point, which is the equator, and then we have our core, which is in the center of the earth, and then we have a crust and a magnetosphere, and then somewhere and somehow we are working through this whole thing, and that we call susceptibility. But when we look at the relationship between the diameter of a circle, which is a straight line, and the perimeter of a circle, which is a curve, we've come up with this fudge factor that we call pi. We say pi, 3 times pi is the relationship between the diameter and the diameter of a circle and the perimeter of a circle. But pi itself is an irrational number. So we just forget that because we're dealing in physicality. So we just fudge this, okay? There's a difference, but it doesn't matter. It's just like being in the seat in front, right? Let's fudge this. So when we look at our atmospheric energy paths, we see that at the core is our positive energy. All around the magnetic sphere is our negative energy. And so negative is the giver. And we see that, wait a second, there's energy going outside, around. So this is following certain paths that we can't see. So we have the magnetosphere relationship to the Earth's crust, and we call that the near space. And the plasma that goes around is the outer space. And we see that our Earth is kind of tilted. but we still have a north magnetic pole and a south gravitational pole. But because it's a two-way street, the south pole is also magnetical and the north pole is gravitational. Aha, but there's a relationship. There is a relationship. So we have a Maggrav condition plus a residue. So the Maggrav condition of the Earth plus the magnetical residue is energy flowing through emission. And the Maggrav condition plus the residue is creating a gravitational attraction, which we call absorption. All right. So these are the atmospheric energy paths, and you can't see them. And you can't see them just like you can't see the flux lines that flow the surface of the Earth. So these flux lines flow around the Earth, and they keep going around and layer by layer by layer, kind of like nanocoating. And we know from our surface to volume ratios that when we put a bend, then we have a straight line based on surface to volume ratios. We have in a straight line, the two ends are negative and the center is positive. But when we put a bend, we have just introduced another negative charge. And so now we have two fields of reference. So even if it's a bend and it's a sharp bend, but what happens if it's a curved bend? Well, you know what? It's the same thing. Okay. It doesn't matter if it's a sharp bend or a curved bend. It's the same thing. And every bodybuilder who does curls with weights knows how to build up muscles because of this fact. The bones don't break, the bones don't bend, the bones curve. And as they curve, they thicken. And that's how bodybuilders build their bone structure. So we take the same curvature around the Earth, and if we were to draw this flat line, which is a tangent, so that is the tangent point is perpendicular or 90 degrees to the direction of the Earth. So that becomes the tangent line. And if we take a stone, and we've talked about this before, and that stone is lying on the ground, and we are bigger than the stone in this case, so we can pick up this stone. And what happens to this stone is that these flux lines actually stretch with the lifting of the stone or the rock. So what that means is that because the rock is more dense, the flux lines seek density. And so the reason the stone is above the ground is because there's an unseen force in this diagram. Oh, it happens to be you. You picked up the rock. You are imparting the force, right? You are the plasmatic condition, imparting the unseen force and lifting this rock. And the flux lines are going through the density. And so there's a tendency to come back to Earth. Wait a second. How come the rock doesn't go into orbit? We have satellites that do the same thing, but they don't come crashing down. Well, not on a daily basis, but, you know, they just keep orbiting. So how come the rock, if I let the rock go, it comes back to Earth, but if I have a satellite, it orbits the Earth? How come? So in other words, we have an inner space where we operate it. And then there's an outer space. But sometimes we send a rocket up and it doesn't orbit. It just keeps right on going. We have rockets, they tell us they're going to Mars and to Jupiter and to Pluto, and they're not orbiting around this planet. Then we have other rocks that we call satellites that orbit. And then of course we have other amusement rides where we just go right up to the magnetosphere and then come back down. But what is it that's different in the boundary between the inner space and the outer space? It's a rotating field. So the space is divided by this boundary, but the energy is contiguous. So what I'm saying is that there's an energy in outer space, there's an energy in the inner space, there's an energy inside the magnetosphere, there's an energy inside the crust of the earth, there's an energy inside you, the body. All of these energies are the same. That's the point. These are all contiguous energies, and somehow, some way, they cross the boundary. And so in our society, we are constantly looking for some kind of confirmation of our existence. And that confirmation of existence is earthbound. And so all we look at is the verification point, which is, we're looking for heaven or hell. And we are validating ourselves by, well, heaven is higher and hell is lower, right? However, there's an unseen point of existence. There's a fudge factor. This is the vanishing point of transmutation, the transmutation between something and something else. You all remember balloons, weather balloons? Does Roswell come to mind? But when we launch weather balloons, they are deflated. Why are they deflated? Well, because gas expands as it rises. Gas expands as it rises. But if we didn't launch these balloons deflated, when they would go into the upper atmosphere, the balloons would burst. So we need to send them in a deflated condition so that when they go into the upper atmosphere, that they can expand. Okay, that makes sense. But there's a problem. Gas expands when it heats up. When you raise the temperature, it increases the volume. Well, how come as we increase the volume, we are reducing the temperature? Another anomaly, eh? Which is why ice floats on the water, which is why ice is formed on the top of the mountain. Okay, so now we have other anomalies. Planes can fly. Planes don't orbit, planes fly. Satellites orbit. Rockets blast off. Excuse me. When the rockets blast off and they go beyond the orbiting range, the rockets are turned off. What's going on now? And when these rockets are repositioning themselves, they do this with thrusters. And these thrusters are just bursts of energy to try and adjust the direction that the rocket is going. So the thrusters are like the rocket steering wheels, but they're not continuous. They're just bursts. That's why they're called thrusters. So planes need to have their motors on all the time to fly. Satellites can move, but they don't have to have the rockets on. The rockets need to get out of the atmosphere with a rocket, but once they go beyond that, they don't orbit, they just keep on going. And then they adjust by thrusting. So now when we look at the gradients, so the water is liquid and the ice is solid, but the ice is on the top of the mountain and the water is in the valley. And the ships, we have water ships that float on the water. Now we know that airplanes fly faster than ships. And so commercial airplanes fly at a certain distance, say around, in North American terms, 35,000 feet. Warplanes fly faster than airplanes. So they need more volume. So they fly higher, like around 50,000 feet. My numbers may not be accurate. Satellites fly around above 135,000 square feet, 135,000 feet. And the border of inner space is around 230,000. I may stand corrected. The point is, the faster you go, the more volume you need. The higher you go, the more volume you have. In physics, the warmer the temperature, the greater the volume. But in reality, the higher you go, the colder the temperature. So there is a point in there which is an anomaly which is being fudged over. And interestingly enough, there is a point that we've been told where souls travel. And this could be the dream state. And this could be the area in between the range of the warplanes and the range of the satellites. And this could be the area that we go to when we sleep. But not only. This could be an area that is just an intermediate point in between here and there. And of course, this intermediate point is non-visible and non-tangible. Wherever we are is where we are present. And how we got here was through a plasma interaction of the field from the sun and the field from the earth. And so this is the energy that was driving the force, because our physicality is a form artifact of that. So the emotion is the energy that is supporting the physicality. And we have two emotions, because one emotion, we like to differentiate our emotion from the mind. But seriously, the emotion of man is the mind. So we have emotion of physicality. And in one of the earlier classes, we talked about GANS and how GANS has an affinity for emotions. In fact, GANS is a natural lie detector. And so that's one of the things that they use in lie detector tests is emotion. They try and measure emotion, but the way they measure it is physically. So what they're actually measuring is not the emotion, but the form artifact of the emotional interaction. So the emotional artifact is the physical emotion that you have. I'd like to have a cherry pie. That's the emotion of man. I've eaten a cherry pie. Man, does that ever feel good? That's the emotion of physicality. They're both emotions, however, not the same. One is a plasma emotion, one is a physical emotion. Well, how can you have a physical emotion? It's a form artifact. So our being, which is the emotion of presence, is really a form artifact of emotion and in motion. And emotion in motion is energy in motion, right? So that's the transformation. That's the transformation from our brain emotion into our physical emotion. And so we can have a transformation into a plasma state, or we can have a transmutation into our transportation state, which is our physical body. And the factors involved are your independent variable, but your independent variable is dependent on someone else's independent variable, and also on something else's independent variable. So when we say something, that could be all of the elements on the periodic table of elements. Each of these elements has an independent variable. And the amalgamation of all of these elements in our near space, which we see the sun or the earth, also has independent variables. So the dependence and interdependence work together. And the result is a form artifact we call the emotion of presence. And that's the point. So when we say we don't hear anything or we don't see anything, right? Well, wait a second. You do. You literally do. Okay. What you're trying to say is that you are stunned. You're spellbound, right? You're looking good, right? You're a good looking sucker. And don't worry about it. Ignorant people cannot be insulted. They're just airhead receivers. It comes in one ear and goes out the other, and they see it, they don't believe it. But you know what? There is an impact, because when two forces come together, there has to be a deflection. And so the energy imparted in the deflection depends on nearness and proximity, and it depends on field strength. So two forces can come together and say, well, I don't see any difference. What's the difference? You know, I'm sitting in the red section and my friend is sitting in front of me in the red section. What's the difference? We both paid the same to watch the event. But what happens if the guy in the green section is only one row behind you? One row. You say one row doesn't matter, but the owner of the arena says, hey, buddy, you're going to pay $30 more for sitting one row farther. So there's a difference. You're still in the arena. So the arena is your contiguous connection, right? You're in the green seats and I'm in the red seats. And so you're in the cheap seats, sucker, and I'm in the more expensive seats, sucker. That's when two forces come together, there is a reaction. It has to go somewhere. That is the vanishing point. And that's what I'm talking about. We're not talking about being spacebound. We need to be a plasmagen receiver. And that plasmagen receiver takes into account the non-visible plasmatic reality. And today we're only discussing the emotional transformation, right? So we see on 3 dimensions, but there is something behind. That is our space-bound reality. So when we look at the periodic table of elements, so we understand that all of these elements are elementary, but what we see is that carbon is the connector. So depending on the structure, depending on the field strength, depending on the nearness and proximity, depending on the independent variables. So you become a connector, just like in a sports team, right? You have a team of players and they're not playing very well. They go into the dressing room at halftime, the coach gives them a pep talk. Same players come out, same game. Oh, but maybe we got a different result, right? Because an idea was imparted. There were negotiated conditions. There might have been a temperature change. There might have been a pressure change. There definitely would have been an emotional change. So that translates what we call into a physical and emotional transformation. But there's a sequence. The sequence is emotional to physical transformation. In other words, plasmatically speaking, outer space to earth space transformation. That's why we had to cross the watershed. That's why we spent the last 2 months in these particular classes to know the difference, between the physical sciences, which are all excellent and beneficial to know, but understand the limitations and understand that these are all form artifacts. What we see, we're in the windward side, where we see the nuclear decay, which is the coming into the physicality from the plasmagen, from the aminogen, from the carbogen, down into our plasma state. And the relationship between each of these states is a magnetical gravitational relationship. So now what we're saying is that there is a magnetical gravitational relationship in a plasma state. There's a magnetical gravitational relationship in the man-made state. There is a magnetical gravitational relationship between the two states. So when we have a relationship which we understand as a physical manifestation as the RNA DNA relationship, and if you can see it in this picture right in the center, you have your RNA structure perpendicular to your DNA structure, but that is at the heart of the cells. And so you're looking at the phospholipids surrounding the cells, creating the boundary of the cells. And we know these cells are alive. And they are alive when they have a magnetical gravitational balance and when they allow energy to come in and to go out. And at what point do they stop it from coming in, and what point do they start it going out? And it's a two-way street. At what point do they start it coming in, and at what point do they stop it coming in? Okay, and so this is the essence of transmutation, and that point of transmutation is the vanishing point. And that vanishing point is between all the plasma levels. There is no discrimination that way. In other words, the top stacker, which in the stacker unit is your soul, not only feeds the lower energy, and that's the rule, but it feeds all of the lower energies. And it feeds universally. It doesn't discriminate. What discriminates? The receiver. The receiver discriminates. So our receiver is our basic DNA, right? That's our receiver, because the DNA is the same in all of the cells in our body, but all the cells in our body are different. So the DNA is not the factor. And furthermore, we are all human beings on this planet, and we're not all the same. We don't have the same physicality. We don't have the same emotion. And then we have an interface, which we call the mRNA, which is the feedback mechanism, right? What does the feedback mechanism cater to? It caters to the environment. So we come to this environment. So from the energy coming through the amino acid to our RNA, to our DNA, brings our soul down into the plasma condition of the earth, interacting with the inertia of the relationship between our soul and the earth soul. And then we have a feedback mechanism. It's a two-way street where we adapt. So the South Americans who are listening to this are basking in warmth, and the presenter is basking in minus 30-degree temperatures. And we are both communicating today from different environments. So this is where we are connecting what we have, our emotional state, with our physical state. And we call that phosphorylation, right? This is the transmutation from the combination of the transmission and transition. And then we transition into transportation, right? We cross the barrier. There's a blood-brain barrier, and that's the vanishing point. And we'll talk more about that next week, because what we're talking about today is just the one thing, the emotional transformation. And so we see when we had Gans in the cup, and I show this picture every week because it shows the rotation and the manifestation of the rotation into a hole. And there's a hole in the Gans, and something caused that hole in there, and it's not physical. Okay, and what is it? So this is part of the same thing. It's the feeding system that we have. We can have it in the cups of life, the 5-cup stacker, or in the universal cup, or if we go into the outer space, how are we going to feed ourselves? There's not enough room inside this thing to have a kitchen and storage and garbage. So what is preventing us? What is preventing us? Well, what is preventing us is a disengagement of our emotional context. We are relying on our emotion of physicality and disregarding the emotion of man. And it is this disconnect which is disconnecting our physicality from our souls. And this is very, very harmful. So we don't understand heaven and hell is right here. And we are right here. And so this is where the emotion of presence lies. And part of the problem is our reliance on fudge factors. We have to eliminate these fudge factors and be more precise. Nothing is nothing. So when we go through the various stages of mass and we find that, well, doesn't it stand to reason that our physical mass is greater than our soul mass? Except when we say mass on earth, we say weight, because the mass means the interaction with the plasma condition of the environment. So why we're differentiating these masses is because they also differentiate the speed of light. In other words, the speed of light has to change. It is constant in a constant environment. It is changeable in a changeable environment. When we're talking about environment, we're talking about the transitory field strengths between here and there, where we go from a state of dream state into an awakened state, what we call the aminogen state to the post-amino state. There is a transcendence, that vanishing point. And this is where the science has let us down. And it continues to let us down, and I don't know why. But there will be a reckoning. We have to understand that in terms of physicality, we can say the neutron equals the mass of the proton and the mass of the electron. But in plasma science, there is an unseen force. And part of that unseen force is the mass of the PM ticks. And another part of the force is the mass of the combination of the matter, antimatter, and the dark matter. And we're just lumping all of that together as part of our plasma matter. And so the combination of all of these things are representative of totality. And each of these energy states is at a different energy level. And the determining point is the balance of the Maggrav condition. In other words, the balance between the magnetical and the gravitational field. And the positioning versus another Maggrav, which is a balance of the magnetical gravitational field. That positioning is a Maggrav based on the magnetical gravitational field. 1 and 1 is more than 2. So we have an existence from our point of view. We are gravitational, and what we give is magnetical, and what we give is what we're doing in this physical state on this planet. But not only, because there is a dream state. We know that because we see that every night, and we can't explain it, but now we can, because now we understand the difference between the physical emotion and the mental emotion. And these are all energy packs. And so this is where we have the energy of the spirit, the indomitable spirit, what we call the soul pack. And this is where the spice of life comes in. So, but there's a sequencing. We have to understand about this sequencing. So we say, fundamentally, the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth interact. And that combination creates a plasma field which attracts the soul of the man. So now we have a lower energy strength where the soul of the earth plus the soul of the man attracts the physical body. And inside that body is the soul of man. It's the soul of the body, sorry, the soul of the body. So now we have the soul of the earth and the soul of the body, and that manifests itself into the physicality of the body. What drives the physicality of the body? So there's a relationship. There's a magnetical gravitational relationship which creates a Maggrav condition, or what we call a balance. And in science, we call that the conservation of energy. But spiritually speaking, you say the spirit is the motor of the soul. Okay, so neither one is complete. But if we add the two together and make up for the deficiencies, and then we find 1 and 1 is more than 2, this is where the plasma science adds to the knowledge. And, you know, why do we have to differentiate and say, oh, well, which one are you? There's a physical state, there's a plasmatic state. Both are matter plasma. And so there is no domination of one versus the other. There's an interaction, there's a commonality. Okay. And not only those are just general terms. And so which one are you the common denominator from? And if you're too physical and you can't see the plasmatic condition, well, this is where you suffer the consequences. Are there consequences? Yes, because anytime you bring two fields together, they form another. So you can either have a perception of a physical stacker, or you can have the perception of the universal reality. That's up to you. That formation of any field is a manifestation, and it's the plasma feeding from other plasmas that leads to this manifestation. And so then it's up to you whether you manifest this tangibly or non-tangibly, or both, non-visible or visible, or both, plasmatically or physical, or both. And so there is a plasma reality and there is a physical reality. Whichever reality it is a form artifact, and that form or artifact is a manifestation. So therefore, our emotion of presence is a form artifact. And that form artifact is always energy in motion. So when we say, you know what, we want to get back to normal, what is normal? We don't even know what it is. So let's understand. Normal means the majority of us. So the majority of us seek freedom and emancipation because the universe is normal. That's what's normal. So the earth is seeking freedom and emancipation. That's what normal is. And so a lot of people have suffered as a result of not understanding the rules or being caught in a contrived situation. So as a gift to the US military, the Keshe Foundation is offering the use of vision enhancement units to members of the US military as a gift to recover and reconnect their spirit and their soul, and to allow the comfort that their emotional needs require. That's the connection between the physicality, the emotion, and the soul. And that's where we are. We're just, today, we're only talking about one thing. But you know what? We can go there because the rules are the same. So if we understand how we can do this transformation, just basic plasma, and people ask you, what is plasma? Just tell them it's a kind of energy state. And it's, you know, it's like transcending from the limitations of your physicality to being in a dream world. But that dream world is as real as your physicality. And it's important to know this, because we've got it backwards. It's the higher strength that feeds the weaker strength. That's why we want to give. It's a natural thing for the mothers want to give to their children. That doesn't stop when we get older. So we have to understand how things are flowing. When the energy comes from the PM ticks, which are magnetical. Oh, what do you mean? Yeah, well, the magnetical is coming to the gravitational. Well, what's the gravitational? Way down at the bottom is the combination of all the field forces that are coming together and converging through the process of plasmagen conversion. So that is the coming together of the field forces of principal matter, transition matter, and matter jet. So being man-made is not a bad thing. It's the role of man in that process that is a bad thing if we don't understand the rules of the game. And we didn't write the rules. The rules were written for us. We have just entered the arena. You don't go into the arena and then want to change the rules because you forgot how you got there. But, you know, we like to say, hey, you know what? I paid for the green seats, but I'm going to jump into the red seats, okay? Because we are conducting business on a self-serving basis. So if I do this, I'm stealing from someone else, and that's being self-serving at the expense of others. Use and abuse, that's what it is. And so we are not developing the skills that we need to develop because the morality is the missing ingredient. It's that thing that we don't know what is causing that transition. So all we have to do is just turn around and understand that there is a penalty. Oh, you don't see the penalty? Yeah, there is a penalty because that double cross is your eternal burden and it's yours. Yes, it is. It's yours. And so it just, where are you? So we create something in the southern states. We have something that's called a tumbleweed. And a tumbleweed is the form artifact of a weed that's grown. And then as it's gone into its dormant state, the weed breaks off. And then it is a large weed and it tumbles in the wind. That's why it's called a tumbleweed. And, you know, that's a physical thing. And it's kind of fun to see it. It's not fun to be in it. If you get in the path of one tumbleweed, you can kind of step around it and it just keeps on going. You don't see the force that pushes it, but you know, it's the wind. But if you get 100 tumbleweeds coming at you, holy cow, where do you go now? So tumbleweeds are like mental weeds. And I call them mental weeds because when we see someone do something that they don't like, we can reprimand them. But maybe we're not in a position to do that. Or maybe that is not our assumed responsibility to do that. So what we do is we send them a mental weed. And what this is a rolling aura ball. And we send it out and it's big, especially if you're really, really angry. And you say, hey, buddy, I don't like what you're doing. And away it goes like an emotional bullet. And it comes down and it smacks the other guy. And it smacks him so hard. But you know what? They don't feel it. You know why? Because buddy there is ignorant. He just doesn't get it. And so there has to be an emotional transformation. You get it, he doesn't get it. Okay? So how do we do that? We do that by introducing ethics into our life, because that's how the universe operates. Morality, compassion, and courage are part of ethics. Not the only part of ethics, but you know, they are important for creation. You cannot have creation without ethics. You know, to bargain for peace in the front and sell weapons in the back is bargaining in bad faith. So the ethos constitutes ethical behavior. That's what it means. And so ethical knowing is the common denominator. We all know that. Even the universal community knows that. Okay. So we are not alone. We are talking to a lot of the souls, and different souls have different nearness and proximity. So when we're looking at the transformation from the stacker unit to the universal cup, it's a transformation from the dynamic transfer state to the physical destination state. So like I said, we all need some target practice. And so we have to understand that the emotional transformation is what's driving the physical manifestation. So the soul of man, that's the essential you. So that is the interaction between the plasmagen state and the mattergen state. The soul of the body, well, that's the surrogate you. That's the interaction between the plasmagen state and the environmental state, which we call the small m matter state. It also is the feedback. The soul of the body feeds back to the soul of the man. That's how the soul of the man knows how to adapt. Some people call that the art of dreaming. In plasma science, we call it plasma dilution. In teaching, we call it knowing by connection. Because you know what? However much you know, it's nothing. It's nothing how much you have to know. And so when we remove the body and we see what is behind, we see the exposure of this dynamic transfer state to our physical destination state, you know. So this is where we have to enhance our target practice. So to understand that when we're creating a peace dome, that peace dome is not the physical plasma. That peace dome is the plasma. Now, does that sound like double talk? No, this is a higher energy state. Okay, this is imparted through the emotional transformation, which is wishing the transformation from the universal community to the earthbound community via the soul. And the soul is connected to this earth through the emotion. That's why the emotional transformation is really, really important. And so this is an extension of the plasmagen state. So the plasmagen state is literally a byproduct of the interaction of the souls. So there are ideas, there are wishes, and there are tumbleweeds. And these are all non-tangible. So there is an area beyond the dream state, and we can go there with our beyond dream ships, right? So when two forces come together, they create a field. But you know what? There are fields inside, there are gravitational fields, there are orbiting fields, there are inner space, outer space, and there are transition zones. And so that's where the understanding of the greater oneness comes together. So as I didn't get a chance, yes, I did. I got a chance to wish everybody a happy new year, but a lot of people celebrating another new year this week. And so we wish everybody a happy new year. The point being, we are 1 year, which is one rotation around the sun, but we didn't come to the same point. So this rotation, this transmission is not the same today as it was a year ago today. We are relative in the same position with respect to the sun, but we're not relative to the same position within the rest of the universe. So this is where the new knowledge has to go. So you understand that when you're looking at the emblem of the Universal Council, you see that there is no physical reference point because the rules of the Universal Council are universal. So what we're looking at is a key point. We've come to an emotional transformation point. Not only have we crossed over the bridge to understand that we're leaving the physical form artifact sciences behind and learning about the plasma science, but we're learning about how we need to conduct ourselves not only on this planet, but in the universal community, because if we want to go into outer space, we have to make an emotional transformation. That is just part of the process, just part of the intermediate step on the road. And as we're getting closer to the end of these advanced knowing classes, this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. We're promoting plasma science by calling all Earth patriots, both near and far. The World Peace Treaty is there. Sign it. Sign it physically. Sign it emotionally. Become a truth seeker. And become a patriotic difference maker. This is the universal language. This is the universal language of knowing at the universal speed of light. The plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. This is the new space age, and that's the only way that we can enter it. Welcome, everybody. Happy New Year. This is the end of the lesson. Thank you all so much. I hope you enjoyed this little trip. Over to you, Mark.
Well, thank you very much, Alex, for another beautiful teaching. It sounds like the beginning of a new teaching. Perhaps it's about untangling our understanding of this light ray reactor, which I've been reading about in the Structure of the Light, book number 2. But while Alex warms his tea in his toes and perhaps adds a log or two to the fire, I was just wondering if anyone, and we'll come right back to you, Alex, if anyone is here for the first time, perhaps they'd like to tell us where they're from and their name, if that's possible. And it looks like, I was just looking in the list, and it looks like everyone has been here before. But again, I think Mr. Keshe is also trying to untangle our understanding in this idea of the light. And we know Mitra is the light. And if I could read something from the book, and I read this in class earlier, you mentioned the dream state, and he goes into how this dream state is created. That's why when he says, I don't transport your physicality, even though, I mean, for true men of space, he's transporting the soul, and then it's up to us to finish the process, it would seem like. But if I was just to read about 5 paragraphs from book number 2, and it's about the light. In the entanglement process, and he's talking about light entanglement, one can and has the capability of use of different magnetic fields of the light for crossing the universe, and without change of physicality of the plasma and change of its state. At this stage, one can even copy and lock the same plasma of the light so that in Magrav's positioning of one plasma, it keeps its connection with the same plasma of the light of the same strength or length in other parts of the universe. In this concept of light interconnection and complex light entanglement of magravs of light balancing is understood and replicated, then feeling like touch, loving, and hate, and so forth can be transported across the universe without actually the matter or being ever crossing its physical boundaries. Thus, the interaction of atoms, and even the emotions, in parentheses, which are complex, vibrational, and rotational base, can be transported from the matter of one atom or light to another across the universe using light entanglement technology. In fact, this is how dreams in the inner sanctum of the human brain are created and take shape and give man the image of seeing and communicating, even with people they have never physically met, or with other magravs of other beings who, in their time of living in that given environment, the magravs of the dreamer and the dreamed of have been exposed to. Light entanglement is a real and correct physical process where certain cells within the inner brain or thought control systems of the living being have the ability to operate within these plasmatic magnetic field mass strength. And this is the natural part of the operation of the brain of human beings that the scientific world has not managed to unravel. So it sounds like you and Mr. Kesh are sort of, well, Mr. Kesh is going much deeper, and I don't understand it totally at all, but it seems like we're going to be moving with this light rays. And isn't that what Mitra is all about? The rays of the light. And now that Mitra is here. So I think this, and it can be used again for communication as well. These rays of light or some sort of light entanglement is what your dreams are actually made of in your mind. And I've been wondering myself, he said, I can fit hundreds of you into these small craft. How could hundreds of us physically fit into a small craft? Unless, as you step in there, perhaps it's almost like the vertical unit where you're compressed together with the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. And then, of course, you have the soul of the craft itself, and then it transports you to whatever dimension. But I can see this as not really moving anywhere, but just moving it with the soul in some sort of way. I have sort of a vague understanding of what's going on, but it seems like it's getting back to the dream state.
This is not a novel thing, Mark. Let's face it, Noah's Ark, the story of Noah's Ark. How big would that ark have to be?
Yep, no question. I've considered that.
Well, see, for me, I was always looking at the elephants, and we didn't have to worry about the whales, right? Because of all the flooding. But yeah, the elephants were a problem.
If the story is actually accurate.
Well,
but yes, it sounds very similar. You're opening it up, and it seems like Mr. Kesh is. So we're moving from the matter really into this idea of the light. And maybe with Mitra being here with us now, it makes it more acceptable or palatable, perhaps, for more of us to start thinking we can communicate and move in this sort of light entanglement dimension.
Certainly, Mark, but the thing is that this technology is not new, because this technology is the essence of the universe. What is new is our awareness.
Well, that's what I mean. Yes, our awareness.
Yeah, but the thing is that, why is it taking so long for us to get this awareness? Where was the problem? And so the problem has come into this fudge factor, where we haven't seen this point of transformation to understand how we go from here to there. So, that part that you quoted in the book was positively brilliant, because it was so on point with what we're trying to talk about. When I say emotional transformation, that is a relationship between the emotion of the man and the emotion of the body. However, the mechanism, well, that's a bad word, the plasmatism, the energy construct that creates this condition is the same in the soul transformation. It is the same in the physical transformation. It is the same in every single manifestation. So you can manifest it. You can manifest it on the transmissional plane. You can manifest on the transition plane, and you can manifest on the interdimensional plane. Okay, now, so how skillful are you? You understand how to drive a car, and you understand how to go to sleep. Well, can you bring those two things together? Well,
Yeah, it seemed like the vision enhancement unit, when someone got in there, that the emotions in the soul, or the emotions of the soul and the soul of physicality, seemed to get together. The heart beated faster and so on and so forth.
now you're talking.
I'm just talking. But yeah, we're going to be trained in these units in quite a serious fashion, I would think. But how we're going to get them to everyone, again, and I know he said that everyone's waiting for contracts for these wellness centers to get developed, but we're going to develop these in the soul of the man himself. So this is another anomaly in a way. But I do think they're going to be built physically as well. But we'll achieve the point where the wellness center is in each one of us, where, as John indicated, if you were processed for certain things, and depending on how the unit was set, you'd be able to reach out and elevate someone else with a similar condition. But I think we'll be able to do it in many different conditions as we continue to learn on our journey here, finding our capabilities. But yes, now I can see how we can move across the universe without really going anywhere with the physicality, because it's all in the dream state. And then if you decide to get off at this point in position and manifest yourself, if you can detect the fields of the inertia of the place, and again, it's quite deep, as Rick said, and we're going to play this near the end, but it's, and that had to do with Ed's question. But yes, I think we can move without actually moving the physicality, as we do in the dream state, quite real. And many of us have woken up from the dream state and said, how real was that? It seems so real. All of your emotions were involved. You were there. You were participating in it. Now, I think you'll be able to decide, do you want to manifest that physicality, your physicality, into that? Perhaps. Again, I'm just sort of guessing in a way. But I know the soul knows what's going on here, even though the soul has to be matured more. But that's the way it seems like when he said, I'll take you to the moon, but I'm not going to really take your physicality to the moon. But the ships will accommodate, I believe, transportation in the matter state along with the physicality. But then we're just like those who are traveling in the UFOs. We need the protection of the ship itself. But again, this is a whole, this light and understanding the structure of the light and the different dimensions of the light, again, is a whole new knowledge that I think is going to be brought up in the teachings in the coming weeks and months, perhaps. Or maybe they'll just be partial enlightenment and we'll build on that. Because I know this 222 is a very important time for another cycle to begin. And even for knowledge, this applies to the universal community as well. Even though they're carrying billions of years of knowledge with them, we're sort of in the same position. Getting back to the mother, or getting back to this understanding of the light, perhaps. Alex, have you warmed your tea and fed your fire?
Yes, sir. I'm ready
Are
for
you open to take any questions?
within my ability. Yes.
Okay, well, we have 54 reactors here, and Salamia has opened her mic. Hello
Yeah,
there.
thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My question is related to RNA and DNA and also mRNA. I would like to understand what is mRNA. What I understood is that RNA is like a field and DNA is a physicality of this field.
Well, I
If
know one
if
thing
I understood well,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, I know one thing that he said, the RNA, in which he sort of mentioned in the workshop before, I think, and to many of us, it didn't have much of a meaning. And he said that the RNA was the actual field and the DNA was the manifestation of that emotion in the field.
Mhm. So RNA is like emotion,
It's the field,
is a
and the
field.
DNA is the manifestation of the emotion of that field. If you can understand, if I can understand.
And
Yeah, I
what
would.
is mRNA? This is my question.
So the fundamental point is that there is a physical RNA, DNA, mRNA, and there's a plasmatic RNA, DNA, mRNA. And that's the point of this whole discussion today. Just trying to get on the other side of the bridge, you see, because the genome is post amino acid creation. So therefore, if it's post amino acid, then it's in the state of physicality, because you can examine the RNA and DNA under a microscope in its physicality. The mRNA is your feedback. So this is where we adapt. So you have your creation, your arrival to the destination, and then you have your adaptation to the destination. And we know that we need to adapt to that because we at some point we were babies and then we were adults. And so that, we're not the same. We don't have the same requirements. Even physiologically, we don't have the same requirements. A baby and an adult have different physiological requirements. But the physiological requirements is this fudge factor deficiency, which I'm referring to, and what Mr. Cash has been referring to, which is what's causing us for our disconnect and the ability to disconnect. And this is where the arrival of Mitra is the completion of this. So it becomes a completion of the whole system and will eliminate the necessity for a fudge factor. We are looking at the emotional manifestation through our genome from the feedback principle. And what we need to look at it is from the plasma feeding side. So the plasma feeding side comes from the plasma RNA. And the plasma RNA is part of the plasmagen state. Right? So, in order to arrive at a destination, that destination has to be there first. So, your emotion, it's like saying, you want to travel somewhere, the idea comes first. Where did the idea come from? Well, you're here and you want to go over there. So you have done that in the idea form. And the idea form is non-tangible, non-visible. Well, that's what we're talking about. So then once the amino acid is formed, well, what would be the amino acid? Well, that may be the beginning of getting some money so where you can buy a transportation vehicle. And then once you have enough, So, you know, and all of this is driven by your emotion, the emotion which has come from your mental construct, your soul construct wanting to decide to travel. So now you've manifest that into your emotional construct, still non-visible. And then finally, you manifest it into a physical means. So it's either you purchase the travel ticket, or you've purchased the travel vehicle, or rented it, or whatever. So that's a physical manifestation. And then when you get there, well, hopefully you've made the right decision, because then you're going to get emotional satisfaction. And that emotional satisfaction is the feedback from the physicality, you see. So that's the difference between the RNA and mRNA, the feeding and the feedback. And then there's a difference between the physicality of the genome structure and the plasmatic structure, which comes from the soul. It is within the soul that it has the all the intangibles that constitute you. So the point being that as a PM tick, you travel with all the things that you need, and all the processes that you're encountering are part of the learning experience. So that learning experience is added to. So if you go somewhere and you pick up that experience, that is now baggage. But it cannot be physical baggage if you're traveling as a PM tick. So it has to manifest it somehow into some kind of field strength. And that field strength is carried in a plasmatic manner. All right, so we have to understand that the plasma field is first, the emotional field is second, and the physical manifestation is third, and that there is a feedback all the way down the line. So it's when you say, okay, I have a plasma field, you have a plasma field, I am going to move, you will automatically accommodate that move. And you will accommodate it in one of two ways, either through an attraction or through repulsion. But you will accommodate it. And you cannot not accommodate it, because not doesn't work. So everything in the universe is connected. And so we can't physically know everything, because the knowing physically is a physical manifestation within our intelligence, which is in our central nervous system. But, you know, after we go into the plasma state, that memory construct is lost unless it too is transformed. So we carry that knowledge and that learning. That's why the emphasis on the learning, okay? We cannot carry the books with you. There's no library, there's no bank, right? There's no big box store. So, you know, but there's a lot of things that we don't know, don't have all the answers. That's why these classes, life is for learning. And so how skillful can we be? Well, we can't be skillful when we are limiting our knowledge entry, the absorption of knowledge. If we're only getting it from the physical state, which is the lowest energy state, why do we want to do that? Who is the ignorant one who is suppressing the advancement of humanity? That is, as I said, it's not commentary, it's just fact. So please understand, there is a difference when we say, if it's on a RNA, there's a plasma RNA, there's a physical RNA. And we can see that under a microscope, because all we see is the physical RNA. And thank you for your question. Excellent question.
Me too. Thank you very much. And also emotional RNA and DNA. No, this is a transition between the two states.
Of course, yes,
Yeah.
yes, because that's yes, because that is the representative on the cover of book number 1, the combination of the 3 energy fields, and to understand the interaction of those energy fields, right? So they're representative. Those are the basic 3 dimensions. You are none of those 3 dimensions. You are outside of those dimensions. That's what we're missing. We're missing that point. We're just looking at what's physically in front of us. Okay, so it's like a soccer team on the field. You know, they got the ball, they got the field, they got the kit, they got everything, but you know, they play like rubbish. So why? Because the emotional is not there. And you say, oh, the coach is the problem. Really? The coach can only direct you, okay? But you have to interpret that. So that's your skill level, and at the time that you're playing, you can't stop and talk to the coach. You're in the field of action, and that's where we're all at now. And so instead of, when we turn to the leaders, our fearless leaders who are involved in unspeakable things, and they think it's all right. See, the classic answer is this. We live in a society of secrets. In outer space, there are no secrets. So having impeccable conduct is mandatory, because otherwise you're going to be very, very lonely. And right now we are finding out who the lonely ones on this planet are. They have no idea the meaning of the word lonely. They will be seriously lonely. The universe is a benevolent place, and it gives whatever you need. It doesn't steal, doesn't cheat, doesn't lie. And your interest is its interest. And this is where we become self-serving at the enhancement of others. Thank you very much.
I think Hassan had his mic open for, oh, go ahead, Salamia. Did you finish?
Yeah, I had also another question about the laureate of Nobel Prize, Luc Montagnier, who discovered the memory of water and the recreation of DNA as a teleportation, at a distance. And he created a methodology of teleportation of RNA for HIV for AIDS, this virus. And question is if we can use his experience to advance the plasma knowledge based on this Luc Montagnier experiment. And he was finally recognized by by this central scientific core of people. If you know about this, if not, maybe next time we'll elaborate this. But
so we're back to the same thing again. So we're talking about the physical aspect of it as opposed to the plasmatic aspect of it. All of this science is based on the 4 recognized energy fields, right? The strong and weak nuclear forces and the electromagnetic and gravitational forces. These are broken down into the basic forces of attraction and repulsion. And the thing is, it's a 2-way street. So what appears to be 4 forces is actually, it is 4 forces, but it's all the same. Because in order to create a basis, so you have to have a Magrav condition. And once you have that basis, it is from there that you can go somewhere. So the combination of the RNA, DNA is your MAGRAV. It's a magnetical gravitational relationship. It is from there that you can go somewhere. So it's just a way it's being described. So the mechanism, if you will, the mechanism to go there that way is not through the physical. It's through the emotional. The emotional gives the inspiration to do that. But where does that energy come from? So that comes from the soul level. So this is the difference between being in the aminogen, what they call the pre-amino acid state, and the post-amino acid state. So it is through this explanation that we can not only explain how we got here, but what about all the vertical and horizontal people? And the thing that was mystifying to me, because it's a direct result of what you're talking about, is the difference in the medical community between the virological community and the bacteriological community. And those two communities are split and they do not interact. Those are two different disciplines and they don't understand the difference. And I discussed this a few weeks ago. The point being is that the bacteria is not another category. We do not just have vertical people and horizontal people. The bacteria is common to both. So the bacteria is common to vertical people and common to horizontal people. And we found that the bacteria has a commonality with the viruses. Oh, really? So isn't that interesting? So the viruses help with the creation of protein and the bacteria help with the decomposition of protein, right? So the creation and the decay are the same thing. It's all creation. So something is something as opposed to being something else. Well, if we are keeping those two apart, then that's where the question lies, because they are not apart. They are part of the same thing and they're common to both. So if they're common to both, then they're part of the manifestation. And so the part of the manifestation, if the virus is not visible, if the virus is not physical, then what is it? And it is not a physical thing. It is a plasmatic thing. And so there is the difference. So now you have a physical manifestation and a plasmatic manifestation. And we can, on a plasmatic level, interact through a magnetical gravitational relationship. And then on a physical level, we can have a relationship between a magnetical gravitational relationship. And we can have a MAGRAV relationship between a physical and a plasmatic. And that's what today was all about, emotional transformation. That is a MAGRAV interaction between two dimensions that we are totally familiar with, and we use it and abuse it all the time. So you have prostitutes who abuse the emotional position, and you have athletes who abuse the physical position, and then you have people who pontificate and say, oh, you know, a prostitute is the worst in the world, is the bottom of the barrel, right? Well, no, all beings on this planet are life, and they have a soul, and they're here for a purpose. It's not for us to decide what the purpose is, and it's not for us to decide and judge what they are capable of. We're going to talk about that in a couple of weeks as well. Right now, we are just trying to cross that bridge and understand the difference between the physicality and the non-physicality. That's all I'm discussing today, because we're still having these problems. As soon as people understand that the emotional abuse or the physical abuse is one and the same thing, abuse is abuse, and it transcends dimensions. The problem is that when you go into the higher dimensions, you're just going to be alone, because everyone is going to see the abuse. You can't hide behind the bushes. You know, you got to get out of the way, because the tumbleweeds are coming. Thank you for your question.
I think Hassan would like to add something here, perhaps, if he's still with us.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. Happy New Year to all, and thank you for permitting me to speak. I would like to basically bring a mental picture to what was discussed. We talk about the bridge, we talk about a travel in soul. The way I understand it, think about dream or travel in soul, like traveling or going in rivers. And we know all these rivers where they end. So when we go, the soul goes to a river, the soul can go and to different parts, have different experiences. And whatever it's in the strength of our physicality, we capture it, we understand it. But the other parts, we cannot, we do not see it because we don't have the strength of it. But when we go on a river, just imagine when you're on a boat on a river, what do you see? You see the scenery, you see the land. The land that you're basically seeing, that's the physicality. So you see maybe a rugged land, you see a rocky place. So there are different physicality as you're traveling on this river. So it could be in your dream that you're traveling on this river, or it could be the time that your physicality is within your soul and you're traveling in these rivers. So what you see the physicality outside, which is basically has a different inertia. Inertia to me is a different plasmatic magnetic field pressure. Basically, the different complexity. It could be very simple inertia that something could manifest, which is the interaction of all the magnetic and gravitational fields that created that pressure, that something can exist and show itself. In 414, we talk about images, could be a hologram, could be an image, but is not the real thing. Our soul knows because our soul travels in the river. Our soul does not travel, so the soul knows this is a land. So imagine while you're traveling on the river, you see a big screen, television or a cinema that shows a beautiful picture of a greenery. But meanwhile, the land is a rugged land. So we know as we travel, as we have been on a river, we know that big screen picture is only an image, is not the real thing. Our soul knows, but our physicality could be fooled by it. So this is basically, I vision this mental picture as we were just looking at it, the bridge we're talking about, between physicality and the soul, how we can basically go from one to the other one, and what we see and how we can see, okay, this is the real one. Our soul knows this is a new planet, a new place, and we can manifest or we cannot manifest because there's some areas, our physicality, if it manifests itself, will destroy ourselves because that magnetic pressure, that is strength, is beyond that our physicality can tolerate. So basically we stay in, maybe we still stay in the boat. And when we go on the river, there are many, many branches of this river. You want to go fast, you want to go slow, you want to go on a scenic road. So even if you're in a spaceship, it still is going to be, on a sophisticated one. Of course, it goes as one soul, as one plasma. So we can go as fast as we want. We can take the route, which is a rapid, which is fast, could have waterfalls. And that's how we can basically navigate. And all of these ways at the end goes to the creator. And I'm going to say something else. Even the creator has an inertia. So are we going to tap into the inertia of the creator and manifest ourselves? Which is basically, what is it? We have to bring our strength to the same strength of the creator to manifest ourselves, basically to get to the river, the fastest river, that can go to the creator. So this is a mental picture of what I understand, what I see. And there was a picture that Alex showed, this stadium, that you have different seats. I think that's a very beautiful picture and I enjoyed it very much. There's some seats that are very, let's say, box office and you pay, let's say, $10,000. Some seats you may pay $5. But all of these seats, we're watching one show. I see that as stadium as our physicality, our life on planet Earth. So we all paid our tickets and we're sitting here and watching these shows. We're basically seeing the same thing. Somebody paid $10,000, Somebody paid 1,000. But the difference is, I think a shrewd businessman, it says, if you want to leave that stadium, now you have to give me everything that you have to leave that stadium. And that's when we die. So we have to leave everything there and leave. But the difference between the guy who has a $10,000 box office ticket and the one who has 5,000, or the one who doesn't have money, the one who doesn't have the money, his problem is he doesn't have the money, but he could have other experiences of a life or a physical life, even though he doesn't have the money. So again, there's another point that I see a mental picture of this whole thing that I want to express, and I thank you.
And another interesting thing, Mr. Kesh always told us, we always look for the crumb, not for the cake. Yeah, we have to see that. He gave it to us everything, but we are looking for the crumb. That's it.
Yeah, imagine if you were in a dream for a week, 7 days. Would you even know? You're so enthralled in the dream, would you? And of course, Mr. Kesh calls the dream state the reality and the physicality the illusion, but would you even know you were gone? You're so involved in the dream that you don't even know about the physicality sort of anymore until you wake up, and then you say, oh, that was a dream.
But the thing is, we got to understand the dream, it was true, it was real. Because when we understand the soul and the way the soul travels, so that dream is the way the soul goes into that river and floats. So whatever the soul brings us into the physicality that we see, that vision is real. The physicality is an illusion. Why is it an illusion? Why we say is a mirage? Because while I'm going on this river, I can be in another place, but for me to get off the boat and manifest myself in another part, the only way I can show myself it, the pressure that that environment allows me. So therefore, if I'm going to be different shapes and form, therefore it's an illusion then. So my physicality on earth this way and somewhere else down the river, which is different. So how much value would I put into that illusion that here I may look 6 foot tall, blue eyes, whatever shape, and down the river, 2 miles down the river, I'm going to look like a blob. So therefore, we understand then this is an illusion then. You see, physicality, I think in a way, we're lucky that we're in a physicality, that kind of there's a curtain, we can say, that shows us this physical life. And that's all the information we can see. Imagine if you go from this physical world and wants to go to the other world. I don't think many of us can handle it. The information, the pressure is so much. We need to be ready for it. That's why I think we need to reach the strength to be able to digest. That's why even when we go to the other realm, it won't be easy to just, oh, okay, since I'm there, I got everything. No, because I think I still need to work on my strength to reach to the point to be able to digest and understand other dimensions, because they're different. So in a way, we're cocoon, we're sitting on a nice cushion here in this physical world, and we have it so beautiful here, so sweet in a way.
And maybe that the dream is just the soul's way of giving us a peek or a glimpse at the world the soul operates in, perhaps, but not really explaining it totally.
Well, dream in a way of communication, and if we tap into it, if we understand it, so our soul is communicating with us. So I think then I become aware that this entity inside of me is talking to me. Okay, so therefore it exists. So let me ask myself a question. So you go and ask your soul a question, and then the soul comes back in your dream and answer it to you. Then you realize you're creating this bond with your soul. So it's more affirmation, and for us to believe in that entity that exists in us. And that helps us to detach from this physical world. So while we're living this physical world, enjoy it, have fun. I mean, it's beautiful because even the ultimate goal is, okay, I take my physicality with my soul and I can travel in the universe. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go to planets XYZ and show myself in physicality and probably enjoy that environment. So here I am. Why don't I enjoy the environment here and do what I'm supposed to do? And then we realize, therefore, our basically the best thing we can do is to serve. And then this gives.
Can I stop you on that point, please?
Sorry?
Hassan, you just made a terrific point. Can I stop you, please?
Sure, please.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but
It's okay.
the thing is that you're going to another place, as you said, and to enjoy it, right?
Right.
How do you know that? How do you know that you're going to enjoy it? There has to be a relationship.
Well, the thing is, the fact that we exist, this is what God has given us, and we don't understand it. When we complain, that is what we say, you know, we're not grateful, because my existence here, the fact that I exist, that itself, I should be grateful for it because I'm enjoying this part of the life existence, right? So
Right.
even if I'm in another existence, I'm still enjoying it. I'm not there to suffer because the world of universe, the world of creation has never been about suffering. It's about our existence and our relationship with the others, which is the plasma. That's what we said, even two plasma cannot collide because they always keep the respect and this distance from each other. So we interact with each other. So I'm trying basically to make a point that when we understand this on planet Earth, therefore we enjoy our beings, our existence. We're no longer going to complain about our life, our this and that, and we start creating a different life, a different relationship. And that's how we can switch and change the whole Earth, the whole thing, that dome of peace we talk about. I think that will change within us when we get up in the morning and be bright and happy, no matter what state we are, because I exist. I exist here, and that's my opportunity.
See, that's the point, and it's a terrific point, because we don't appreciate what we have here. So we know that someone who is poor could be very happy, and someone who is rich could be very unhappy, even though on face value you say, oh well, the rich guy is happy. So the point is that our existence on this planet is causing us to learn something. And when you go to another planet, as you've described, you take this knowledge with you. You don't leave it behind. It isn't knowledge that is only based on this planet. It is not planet-based knowledge. It is your knowledge, and you take that with you. And that is not baggage, that is an enhancement. And so when you go to the other planet and you say, hey, I thought I really had it good on planet Earth. And then Mr. Kerr says, well, if you find out what's going on the other side of the mountain, you're never going to come back. Well, that's a scary thought, okay? Because we have a lot of unfinished business here. And so that was one of the things that he said, we're going to have a lot of people wanting to leave because it's so beautiful on the other side. But if you appreciate that beauty, then you can go. But if you don't appreciate that beauty, sorry, you can go inside the cocoon, but you're going to come out and, you're going to go in a worm and you're going to come out a worm, you're going to go in as a caterpillar, come out as a caterpillar. You're not going to travel as a butterfly. That's the thing. So this appreciation is what's missing. And that appreciation is not a physical thing. That's an emotional thing. So that's a terrific point you brought up, Hassan. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You see, the other thing is we start thinking about our basically brain, the mind. You see, the brain and mind can think whatever it wants, but that's not the true things. When there's a bridge between our physical soul and the soul, the emotion between these two can play without the mind. Even when we go, the way we think about life here, when we transform and then we're traveling in soul, our thoughts, the way we think about life, the way it is, it doesn't exist anymore. It's very different. See, if we observe our thoughts, Our thoughts is only creation of our brain, whatever we created, all the whatever nasty things, whatever we create, but there is no truth to it, but we constantly creating this. And that's the part of the brain that created, I think, all of our problems. And that's why as we go, the brain even goes out of the equation, and it's only the soul of physicality and their relationship, which is then is pure and is beautiful. When we reach that point, when we have the soul of physicality and the soul, that is almost like creator and mitra. That's it. And the manifestation is going to be a very pure manifestation without any problems that we have on earth. Mitra, or Eve, and creator, you call it Adam, basically the soul and the soul of physicality, right? But the moment you bring the brain into it, the moment you bring that physical life, and that's what it got complicated. And then we started creating all this mayhem. But we want to get rid of that. The more we get rid of that brain, the mind, and we have bridging the gap between the physicality and soul. So I think to bridge that gap, then we need to understand the soul. I mean, we only talk about it, but what is our experience, or how we experience the soul? You know, in one dream, it came to me, and they said to me, because my mind constantly was thinking about it, and I was visioning life and everything else. In the dream, my soul told me, do you think everything you have is because of your mind, because you thought about it, and because you were smart, you created it? No, it's because the way created provided for you, because the created shine on you. That's why you got what you got. It wasn't your mind, it wasn't your cleverness. So you see, when I see that, then you come to the point of letting go instead of trying to struggle. And I let go, because trust again comes to the point, because my soul is trying to tell me, trust the process, trust the creator, trust that the creator is giving you, shining on you. You don't need to try. You don't need to try hard. Just let it be, let it shine on you. But with my mind and with my efforts, what I do by creating all this complexity in my mind, actually I make it worse, because I started creating filters, and then the light of the creator cannot reach me in maximum, the way the creator shines on us. So constantly I'm sabotaging myself, my life, because of my mind. But if I allow my basically physical being experience the life, physical life, that's basically the creator's light that is shining on me, and the creator is taking care of me. But all I have to do, I have to let it go. I have to let it flow through me and trust it. And that's the thing I need to learn, to trust completely and surrender. And that's the bridge between the physicality and the soul. Until the day that I don't trust fully, I'll stay in this condition. So that has to be the complete trust and let go. And it's interesting, this is the communication from my soul comes in my dream and telling me that.
So Hassan, this is Ed. Could I ask you a couple of questions, please?
Sure.
In our mind and in our brain, we have all these thoughts, and we learn many, many things, and the brain becomes crowded. But then there always comes a point, or oftentimes for those of us who are seeking to understand, where all of that knowledge, all of a sudden we understand it. And all those thoughts kind of disappear because we just innately understand. Is that the point where it becomes part of our soul and we take with us this understanding?
You see, the soul has access to all the information. Everything that creator created, all the information, the soul has it, it's updated. But through our physical soul, when we bridge the gap, we access to the information. The reason sometimes all of a sudden, in one light, one spark, you understand everything. What happened? You didn't read 10 books. That information came to you because you bridged that gap. You were ready, because we showed we are ready. And that pack of information was released to us because we brought ourselves in, we call it enlightenment. We reached to the point that information was revealed to us. Until then, so there's more packages on our way that we understand and we get as we get more enlightened.
Right. Okay. So, part of this question came when you were talking about you don't take all this head knowledge with you when you go travel by the soul, but I know that we learn things in our soul, and it seems to me that those things that we learn finally, I don't know if I'm proper. I was thinking though that that's the point of when we understand something innately. That travels with us in the soul.
You see, I said one thing, the guy who has the money, the guy who doesn't have the money, the difference is the guy who doesn't have the money, he's probably, but the guy who has the money, he has other problems. You know, there are experiences in life that the richest man in the world has not experienced, that physicality. And it takes a certain, I think, character. You have to be willing and to go that path to experience that physicality. You know, a poor man can have a child, a poor man can be a grandfather, a poor man can have love, right? So as a rich man, but how rich are we experiencing that love? That's what we take with us. There are different emotions, there are different experiences in physical life that we take with us that most of us are not even aware of it. I'm not even aware of a lot of physical experience, the beautiful physical experience that I can take with me, but I have to be willing and trust to experience it in a pure essence and love. Like, for example, we say love, the way the love exists, right? That exists on planet Earth that we're going to take with us, right? So I think we invented something here, making love, right? That we're going to take with us, but not think about there are other emotions and experiences that we're not even aware of it because we never had the courage to do that. Like, for example, somebody says, I did bungee jumping, right? And he says, I was so terrified and before I jumped, but he said, when I jumped, I had a sense of freedom and he was excited. It was very different now. But until that jump, there was a sense of, you know, agony. What's going to happen? Am I going to bash my head to the rock or something like that? But then when you let go, there's a sense of freedom. And I think that's the same place we are now, living in a physical world and bridging this gap. But the moment we let go of this physicality, everything that we attach ourselves, then it would give us that sense of freedom and everything shines. Then we can see the light of the Creator. But until then, we don't trust. How can I see this light?
Exactly.
I want to say something in here.
Can I ask one more question, please?
Yeah, sure.
Or does maybe what you want to say has to do with this before I change the subject. So go ahead.
No, you can tell him your question. I will talk later.
So Hassan, my other question was when you were talking about traveling the universe and seeing the outside, which was all barren and everything, but then seeing the big screen TV that was showing us a lush green forest. And that part of us that was seeing the barren landscape below was showing us the reality and not the mirage of the big screen TV and stuff. And I was wondering what part of us is seeing the landscape below and what part is seeing the big screen TV.
Well, you see, if we travel in a spaceship, like in a physical spaceship, so we're going to see some, let's say, planets and some stars, which they don't exist because this is an image of that star, which is on the other side of the universe, because the universe, the shape of it, it reflects the fields of that star. And then I see a picture of the star, right? So in
just like what we see here on Earth.
Right. And then I'm going to go toward that and I'm thinking, oh, I can manifest myself. But then in that area, that magnetic pressure doesn't exist. what I see as a beautiful lush and landscape, I cannot manifest myself because all it is a screen, is a picture. But versus I'm in a real place because it has the right magnetic field pressure, which is the inertia of it, then I can step out of the spaceship and I could exist in a physicality.
Right. So you were talking about traveling in a ship, so we would be taking our physicality with us.
Well, I mean, both of it. I mean, I'm referring to the 414. We talk about the image, it could be a image, it could be reality, but also when we travel in soul, we never get fooled because our soul knows I am in the river. Anything on the bank of a river is the physicality, right? So I know where I'm going. But then if there's an image, it's the same way. I'm just picturing if we are on a river and you see a big screen TV, how do you find out that this is a TV or cinema is not the reality, or this is just a billboard next to the road? And that's how our soul knows. And this is just the picture came to my mind.
Right. When I heard that in 414, I immediately understood it to be like the image, the illusion, the mirage, all the information that's coming from space, it's coming through that magnetic field pressure of the Earth's magnetosphere, and it changes into our physicality and our Earth environment, and we see what that produces. We see the sun, we see the stars, we see everything that comes to us through that change that happens when we enter the Earth's environment. That change, I think you're calling it that magnetic pressure difference.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so we see it as a mirage. We see it the way we see it, but out in space it doesn't appear that way. And if we're in a ship, also we have that same sphere, and what we see is coming through that filter, so to speak. And so we see it. If that ship is made to carry us as Earth beings, it would have a similar environment. So we may see it the same. But
you see, my point is, put it this way. If you can be 6 foot tall, blonde, blue eyes, and then you can change to 4 foot black, whatever skin you have, therefore, isn't this physicality is only a mirage then? Because
correct.
I can change myself. Therefore, what made me to change to different forms and shapes? And now if I'm in another part of the universe, I'm going to look like a blob, right? So, okay, my physicality could exist there. So which one would I trust? Which one am I? So then we realize all of this physicality is just a mirage, is not the real thing. And where I am today, that I'm maybe thinking, oh, I'm 6 foot tall, blonde, long hair and blue eyes. I'm so gorgeous. I'm so great, right? And be, arrogant about it. But that shows that's only what? It's a mirage, right? So therefore,
but the blob also is a mirage, but in a different environment.
Yeah, but that blob could have all the experiences, all the feelings that you have, right? And that same relationship, and even richer, even in a blob that is more advanced than me here, that I'm learning from that blob, right?
Right.
So therefore, now we see which life is real, the realm of the soul, which is behind this, right? And or this physical life. So then transition from this to the other one, I think it's going to make more sense. Why we're striving to go to the other side. Not that negating we're here, we enjoy this physical life. This is actually, a beautiful place. But then it gives us a sense of freedom. I mean, when I step out of the door, when I see the sunshine, when I see green leaves and trees, I'm full of energy because I said, wow, another day I'm here.
Yes, indeed. Let me run this by you, Hassan, just to finish my thought process. So what we see in the mirage, we see coming through the filters, and that's what we see as a mirage. And the last part of my thought that I thought I understood was, so what allows us to see the reality? And it has to be the deeper aspects and emotions of our soul that we have accessed, because the parts of us that see the mirage are the physicality parts. The parts of us that see the reality must see past that, and they're responding to a different field strength, which would be as deeper and deeper into our soul that we get. And so the closer and the stronger we get in our relationship to our soul, it will allow us to see the reality as opposed to the mirage.
Yeah.
Would that be correct in your thinking?
Yeah, I mean, to understand it and to see that that's the real thing, and understanding that what I had, it was all happened through my soul. The soul has given it to me. The creator has given it to me, provided for me. And all I needed to do to make that beautiful wish, heartful wish, and the soul provided. But if I was thinking it was me, my cleverness, that I pushed the button and I did all of that, that's why I'm here, I missed the point. That wasn't me, actually. It was my wish that I asked. And
You're seeing a mirage at that point. Because you thought it was you.
Yeah, and actually it wasn't. I mean, when I saw that in dream, it was so real. The teaching was so real in my dream that I just woke up and I just said, I'm so sorry that I'm thinking that way, because I was trying to be more clever, work harder, in other words, and trying to do these things. But in essence, I become relaxed and I said, no, I shouldn't be trying, I should let it flow through me, because nothing can be done by force. And sometimes we are pushing. And actually, two statements Mr. Cash said that really, I felt it, and it really, I understand it, and I try to go by that. And he said, if something should not happen, is not meant to happen, it won't happen. I mean, and you can see there is always a resistance. And if something should happen, it happens. There is an easy way. So in life, if I think about it, what I want to do, if there is difficult, is obstacle, and it constantly comes, no, let it go. But then something is easy comes and it meant to be, it happens naturally, because that's the on the same direction of the creation universe. That's the way the plasma works. And if I try to fight it, the more I fight, the more I fail, until one day when I lose everything. You see, that's another thing, is when we go against the direction, the universe brings us to our knees, to the point, then we just become what? We become humble. We throw our hands up and I say, God, I let go, I'm surrendering. Now, that's when the light shows up. And that's what they say. In the darkest night, always light shines. And that's exactly what happened when we surrender ourselves.
So no letting go. Yeah.
Right now,
Okay,
I'm going to say,
no.
I'm going to say something and then you will talk again. I'm going to tell my story, about my dream. I think so. I repeated that dream before with you. One night, I was sleeping, but sometimes it happened like that. Whole night you are sleeping, but it feel like no sleeping. You are dreaming whole night, right? Those kinds of feelings happen to me. And then early in the morning, when I woke up, I sat down in the bed. And then when I sat down, I saw my feet. So it was different kinds of feelings. I'm feeling I have a feet. My feeling was like that. I had feet like 1,000 years. This is the first time I saw a feet, and it is mine, and it is beautiful. Everything is beautiful. So loving and so happy feeling inside. So I can explain. I don't have word for that, but very, very heavenly. In my life, I didn't feel those kinds of feelings before. That is the first time and last time it's happened to me. So when I see that and feel that, so I understood something deeper. I am whole my life, I saw different kinds of dream, and I have little visions, not that much, but I have. So that way, I understood all with all conclusion. I understood. I am in every step, everywhere. Just I don't have the link to connect all the time, but I am everywhere. Not only here, only in the earth or here. I am everywhere, and I have all knowledge, and I have everything. But we lost the connection. That is the all thing. We are not going there. Maybe we are coming from there to here, but we lost the connection. We need to link the connect. We need to go establish the connection. That's it. It is my feelings, my understanding with my life, my experience. And so I don't know how to explain better.
Hello, it's Manas. Hello, everybody. Good night, everybody. It's animated tonight. First of all, you just said something, my dear. I think you have had, I'm not a specialist, I think you have had a out-of-body experience. And means like you have been out, but it has been you, it's really you. And you see from another point of view, which is more true, more vast, more real.
Yes.
That seems like the out-of-body experience.
Yeah,
And then
my whole life I had those kinds of.
you lose some of your fears. Then you lose the fear of death, you fear of these things when you come back. It happens, I've never heard it, but it looks like out-of-body experience. You are you go out, and then you come back. But that
Yes.
gives you some ideas of what the truth is, what the real color is, what the real feeling is.
Right. But I feel more than that. I feel I am everywhere, not only here, but I don't have connection all the time. But I am everywhere. So I don't know. Maybe someday Mr. Kesh will explain something else.
Just be sure you come back. When it's
I'm
not the
here.
time.
I'm following him first
When
to
it's
last.
not the time. So relating to all that, when Hassan says that it's all mirage, it depends on what point of view, where we are to see this body as a mirage. At the moment, that's all we have, which has been given naturally to us to do a purpose, to finish a job. I think it's our life in here is like a program, an open page in computer, which has not been finished. So we have all these programs open, and the computers goes on, and it doesn't work well. So we have to come back to close these unfinished cycles, to close these windows, these pages, clean up, and goes fresh to future. So that's why we're here. We're not here for nothing or an accident of magnetic stuff, because they have their laws also, which we don't know exactly now, but it's the same law as we have heard. It's an exact science. We are here probably because we have unfinished cycles. We have to close that programs, that the telephone, the iPhone works correctly now. And that's the only opportunity we have. Okay, and even it's mirage or true, or I'm happy or not, doesn't matter really philosophically where I am. I start from now. I try to be better now. I try to do better now. I try to create my future now. Finish is finished. Now what am I gonna do to create my future? Because there is a future. How am I gonna as you said, meet my God or my soul or my face to face with my conscious. It's awful. It's terrible. Imagine somebody wakes up, no body, nothing, no lawyers to defend him. And he sees all these dead bodies, these people he has killed in his life. It's awful. So it's not easy to get out of this physicality. But as long as we have this physicality, we can do something to soften this hardship and to go and advance and create our future generation of our souls, as most cases, our children. We can do it as long as we have this body. Otherwise, we have nothing. We have nothing to finish the cycles, to close the programs which are open in our computer. So everything is just beautiful. Sometimes our soul of physicality, emotion, society, education says, no, you're not good. You're not that good enough. You haven't achieved this. You didn't get there. You're not that beautiful. You're not that rich. These create the problems. And we have to, we didn't have the education says, these all don't matter. You're what you are, try to be better. We didn't have this education because that is the truth. We are what we are. We are perfect as we are. We try to know ourselves, to understand things, why it wasn't going right, to close the unfinished programs and advance clear. But that's the only body we have. And that's the only chance we have. And maybe because God or whoever likes us so much that didn't want us to go further without being perfect or trying to be perfect. That's a chance that we are given to have a better future. Like a father who wants a good future for the son or daughter. And if they haven't achieved much, he gives him something more to go further, you know. That's all we have, this body, and we have to make the maximum use of it to create our future. And nobody else can do it. No money can do it. It's just us and our consciousness. Good luck. I hope I'm not too much wrong. At this time, I think like that.
I feel whatever we have, we are perfect.
I just want to bring a question for everybody. We have one sun that is shining. How would be our situation? We have two suns shining on us. How about if we had 10 suns shining on us? You see,
okay.
every one of us is a star. If we bridge the gap between that physicality and the soul, all of it is finished. We have no unfinished business. If we bridge that gap, we become that sun that is shining. So the more of us shines, as there are more sun shining on earth, and that's what we're responsible. If we can do it for ourselves, we cannot do it for the others. So that's when it comes to us, to judging ourselves, the day of judgment. And I need to bridge that gap. I cannot bridge that gap for you or for anybody else. When I become that sun, I'll be the second sun shining on earth. Do we have the third, the 10? And the more sun shines on earth, it lifts the whole spirit of the earth. But if I'm trying to change others, I'm neglecting myself. Who can I control? I can control myself more than anybody else. And that's the question I brought.
Exactly. We can change nobody. We have control on nobody but ourselves. Why? Because everybody has a historical different path and color and choices. You understand? I like blue, you like green. Of course, I cannot understand why you like green because I don't like green. So the only one can help us is us. Good action, service, all these ethos, that's the only thing we can use to get better. There is no magic. Ethos, whatever is in every books of philosophy, religion, wisdom, or Mesikash or Ichas. Ichas is our savior in whatever language is said, because this soul is the same soul as everybody, needs to be pure, needs to be clean, needs to be cleaned up like a computer. Now we have to finish the open programs. We have to do everything is necessary, and then we see the light. It's not possible to see the light with all these dark filters. And it's the same sun for everybody, or even 2 suns or 10 suns. The environment doesn't matter. It's the same thing for everybody. It's just us who have to clean the filters, by our experience, by experience of others, and wish that we are on the right path. And still we have a lot of things to clean up, but we wish that we are lucky and we make it as much as we can. As much as we can. And as you said, Hassan, if we dare to trust to the nature, to divinity, magnetic gravitational source of nature, universe, unicus, because we have given good to people. So we expect the unicus gives us back, kind of things. You took care of ill people. So you think maybe in your belief that unicus would give you back. Just with good act, eaters, serving or whatever, helping others, helping needy, whatever we can do. All that we have learned already, we don't need to repeat it. We have to raise this soul, educate this soul, and we are the only responsible, nobody else, because the parents knew as much as they knew at their time. They had no idea of what I'm talking about now. You understand? That's why we don't need religions, because they have done their duties up to now to keep some kind of eaters in Gime. It doesn't work anymore. And the young generations don't talk the same language. So everything is beautiful in its creation. It just, we have to learn the, what they call it, astuce, the tricks. And sincerely go in the path with a lot of sacrifice. Of course, it's not easy to detach. It's very hard to detach and say, I live like a poor person, but we get used to everything. If we really want to raise ourselves, the more we get detached of this material needs, this soul elevates by itself. It's just like a balloon. It starts to go up. Seems like it. So, yeah. Anyway, I think we are very much loved by Creator because we have been given all these opportunities again and again to raise and get to other spaces, different and more beautiful, probably. Thank you.
I would just like to add, bring us back to what Hassan said earlier about allowing and enjoying life, because learning the detachment, learning what our soul wants us to understand can't be forced. There's no way, because we're trying to do it with our own understanding and it just doesn't work. And we force and force and force and we don't get very far. But when we allow and learn to enjoy and allow our natural curiosity to take us from point to point, we learn. And then I think we get there step by step. At least that's my impression.
You're absolutely right. We are in a stage of knock and it will be open. It's not easy. It's not very joyful when we are knocking. But sometimes we feel like, oh, it's open. So we feel a bit joy because we achieved to what we wanted. It's not easy, of course. It's not easy. You are absolutely right. But the recompense on the results would be beautiful. We are
Yes.
too much limited in this earth, too much limited. We need oxygen, we need food, we need clothes, we need your judgment of people. You have to wear this, you don't have to wear this, you have to look like this. So much things which are making us more limited. But imagine you don't have these things and you're allowed to go to another space, and then you really enjoy because you don't have all these frustrations. But for getting there, we really have to work hard in here, because probably somewhere in the past we didn't work hard. I talk for myself. That's why I'm here. But if I work hard, but I know there's something at the end, it's less difficult because I know I'm getting there. I knock and knock and knock. Someday I'm sure it will open. Sometimes it opens, but it's not enough. It's very difficult to go up. It's very easy to come down. You know, if I sit there and see the films and things like that, sometimes, as said Hassan, I have a dream that in my dream shows a life that I don't like very much. In the morning, I write my dream. I say, why? Is it the life I want to have? No. Why? Because yesterday I wasted my time. I just wanted to do like anybody. So today I get more discipline. You understand? It's difficult. You're right. But we can go out. I went out. It was oxygen today because people are in vacation. I loved it. You know, we can find the things like that, or when it's green, or you know, things like that. Uh, Give us the small joys of every day.
Well, thank you, Myrnis, and thank everyone. It's a beautiful bouquet we have here from all over the world. Would anyone else like to add or extend the knowledge or pose a question perhaps? Or give an overview? I know at the end, I'm going to play Ed's question from 414. It's a short question, and Mr. Kesh gives quite a lengthy answer for all of us. And then we'll play a clip from the Universal Council, which we want to continue to elevate all the members of the Universal Council. Although they, as I said earlier, they don't have any power, but I think they'll be asked for guidance in many of these areas by world leaders and others. So we definitely want to keep those in our prayers, as well as the continuing negotiations in Vienna, as well as those in the factory in Iran making the magrevs for a better enlightenment and understanding of the magrev system, and so on and so forth. Is anyone else? Jalal, you've been rather quiet today. Maybe you're just listening. That's fine too. Mr. Cash, is there anything you'd like to add? I know you're here as an observer and listening as a knowledge seeker. All right. Hearing no response, no one wants to open their mic and share anything? At this point, I want to thank you all for being here today. It's approaching 11, which is a little earlier for us, but that's okay. We wanted to shorten these meetings a bit. But of course, if Mr. Kesh comes in, then we can stay past midnight.
Mark, I just want to thank everyone for joining us this afternoon and turning this into a North American International Team meeting. It's an honor to be here. And, wish again everybody a happy New Year for all the things that are we're all hoping to come. And the countdown has begun. So I hope you enjoyed today's trip. I'll try and arrange another excursion next week, and I hope you all have a great week, and may we bring peace and harmony to this planet as it so deserves. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Mark.
Yes, and you don't have to wait till you get there to help anyone else, as we all well know. You don't have to be totally enlightened to help the others. Think of the others who are just stirring around in this world, going from pillar to post, not knowing much about the universal knowledge, and not that I do either, but I know a little bit more. And so we try to help and elevate the others where we can in our time and our position. Even a little word, as Mr. Kesh said, you never know who you can interact with just by teaching or sharing, as I like to call it, with what or where that information will go. As we know, the souls are working in a way that's we're not always aware of in the physicality. But I just want to thank you all for being here and contributing and adding to the field strength of this meeting. We're growing a little bit, which is great. And I know that once some of these systems will be revealed, especially, I was wondering if it's the troops that the Pentagon, I know you said the Pentagon has taken an interest in the Kesh Foundation and has changed the light from red to yellow. I don't know if it's full green yet, but I was thinking if they've taken an interest in these vision enhancement systems that are going to Arizona. Is that the interest they've shown? It can't be for making weapons. That's not going to be allowed. And I don't think they'll need it for defense. So perhaps there's another reason, or maybe some advice on what do we do with all these hundreds of thousands of our troops when the promised one is manifested. Hassan, have you seen anything in the newspapers in Iran? Mr. Kesh said the nation is preparing its population for an awakening or for the announcement of the Mehdi. Has it made the television or the newspapers yet?
No, I mean, I'm not in Iran, but I'm not also aware of that news.
I thought you might have read the press periodically, or maybe a major publication there. But Mr. Kesh indicated that the head of the television, which is a state-owned network, apparently has said they would want to buy the rights to announce the announcement of the manifestation of the promised one, let's say. And apparently this is in public somewhere.
If I may,
Yes.
yes, that's true. I have had the news and the picture. It's the new director of TV and national,
Yes.
who has proposed to buy the um, exclusivity of appearance of Mahdi. Yeah, and I saw the picture of that person. I got that on Telegram as news. It's about 1 week
Yes, I
ago.
think Mr. Kesh showed the picture last week of this gentleman who's in charge of the television network.
Yeah, it's a new one. It's a new director of TV because the president has changed. So yeah, it's true. But it's very alive, this idea of Mahdi, in especially the young people. We have a lot of young people in Iran, and that gives them a lot of hope. I personally think a world without CO2, or I imagine Mr. Cash has, I think it's good for us that Mr. Cash has these machines we can go in for psychosomatic problems, for soul elevation. You know, we have all these things also in future. And I hope peace comes and then we can use that. Imagine a world without all these problems. That would be just the joy which we are waiting for. So a lot of good emotions everywhere, fraternity. You know, I think a lot of good things are going to happen, especially for us, I think, because we have all these machines to use eventually. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, they are very much waiting, especially the young people. I mean, young, 30 years old, 40 years old, and some old people also. It has been always like that. I mean, when Khomeini came with his revolution, it was something very strange at first. He said, I'm coming here to open the way for Mahdi. So, and we will keep the revolution until Mahdi arrives. So that was their slogan.
Very nice. And my question still is, I'm just wondering, I know you're not a magician, Mr. Kesh, and your knowledge is your magic, but how do you put hundreds of people into a small unit like this? I'm just thinking that maybe when they step inside, they become a soul, that the soul of physicality is compressed or gotten closer to the soul of the man, and this is how you can fit hundreds of souls inside this small unit to transport them. And I guess they go wherever they want to go. And then if they feel like manifesting, they can manifest at that point. Or anyone else who'd like to add to that, maybe Hassan or Mernez?
You can put trillion people in a spaceship.
Okay.
Did you forget about my dream, the New York apartment inside apartment?
No, but I'm just saying, let's say we have 300 people lined up outside one of these smaller flight systems.
Yes, think about that. If I
Do they
see
just
one,
step in and become a soul at that point?
no,
No,
They're
where does their physicality go?
they're there. There's different
Okay, the
layers.
system accommodates. Okay,
Yeah, they live
Well,
layer a different layer. They live in their different layer, but inside the same place. It is my understanding. I don't know. Mr. Kesh can tell you better, but I want to know about the dimension. So at the night time, I told myself, can you help me to see the dimension? And then I saw the dream that night. It was like that. I live in the New York City, not New York City, but bigger city, bigger high-rise building there. And I live in an apartment. And I opened the door and went inside. And after that, when I went inside, I saw there is two apartments inside my apartment. But those are look like a glass or foggy something. But they're full apartment inside my kitchen and another apartment inside my living room. Their whole family living there. They have kitchen, restroom, everything. Everybody is doing everything. So think about that. How can inside one apartment, another two more apartment? How can it stay? What is the mechanism?
So like a Russian egg, an egg inside an egg inside another egg?
Yes, yes. But
Don't go further. Look at if you look at our body, how many cells,
How many trillions? Yes.
and how many souls exist in our body, and one soul, they're basically one soul control everything. Our
yes,
soul physicality basically has all of our cells, and the same creation can be created again and again. And that's the law of the creation. Look at a fruit, look at us. So what's the difference? You have one spaceship, one soul, 1 trillion, 10 trillion, it doesn't matter. The more actually you have, the more mass you have, you can actually travel even better. You have more strength.
yes, yes. That is the
We
secret.
don't have to worry about things we don't know, because little by little, when we get
Right.
ready, the door is open. You know, we are like ants, small ants. When a man is close to them, they don't see him. It's too gentle. So it's a question of point of view. You understand? We are too little. You know, our eyes can see up to, our ears can hear up to. You understand? When we change the dimensions, it means like the soul goes somewhere else with another point of view, 360 degrees. And then we have another point of view. So these humans are so small, poor people. So don't worry, everything would come when we are ready, you know.
Yes, I'm not worried.
Magnetic gravitational fields.
I'm just
It takes
inquisitive.
its place. It takes its place. When we are ready, we go to the place which is supposed to be our place. We'll be sucked into that place. You understand? Everything is very exact. You shouldn't worry about the thing little by little. And also I think I have seen, Mr. Cash has said about the spaceships, which are giants. Many people get in, and the whole thing they do is just vacation all the time, touring in the universe. You understand? I think he said that. If they have the motor that can move, then they can. In fact, maybe I've seen the cylindric spaceship, very long, like a cigarette.
Yes.
Actually, I've dreamed of it 2 years ago. I dreamed of this cylindric, like cigar, a spaceship giant in the middle of the sky, very brilliant, the most brilliant, shiny things I can imagine. It's not possible in this world that's shiny. And it came with very fast into my heart. And then I woke up because I couldn't take it. So, but I think there are things like that spaceship. They have seen very, very big spaceships that can take a lot of people, and they go tourist all the time. I think the future is good for us.
It's the best it's ever been, and only to get better as I see it.
Yes,
With the
and
end of
I wish
wars, the end of hunger, the end of world leadership in a way.
pollution. I suffer
Yes,
from
yeah,
pollution,
yeah.
really.
It's going to be the most beautiful place in the universe in the matter state when we're finished, as I understand.
Exactly, exactly, exactly. Happiness, happiness. Yes. Yeah. I wish all of us, you know, sometimes we have hard time, and all of a sudden something changes. So I wish you all that, all the good changes in this world, in this year. And I'm sure it comes because Mr. Cash is there, Mitra is there, God has always been there. So everything is ready for us together.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to add anything else? Second request.
Can you hear me?
Danilo? Yes?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes?
You don't even need a spacecraft. You just need to connect to the motion of the planet you want to go. I really don't understand a lot about it, but it was my dream.
It's exact what you say, but I didn't want to go to difficult points. Yeah, it's all point of view of how we see things. Anyway, our soul is a true thing, is a true identity, and it doesn't take much space, right? Our soul doesn't take much, but we have to get used to the idea. Who is it who was talking?
Danilo from
Oh, okay.
Brazil, I believe.
Yeah, I know.
You know, but they told me you need to trust your emotion. Don't go through your mind. Don't go through your don't go through your mind. You know, to your thinking.
Material logic.
So I thought we'd review this short question with about a 15-minute answer to it. But there, of course, as always with Mr. Kesh, there's a beautiful world of knowledge just in this one question. So I guess we will go there at this point. I want to thank you, Mr. Kesh, for joining us today on the soul level, even though you're here in the physicality. But we appreciate you adding to the field strength of everywhere you go. As we know, souls need to be elevated. They don't need to be taken away from. And this is another lesson that I've learned from the Kesh Foundation and the knowledge of the Kesh Foundation. So we continue to elevate in each way we can. And we're all working together for the world peace. Apparently, all the souls have agreed to be here for this point in time. And we've decided that long ago. And now we're actually going to live through a beautiful enlightenment and see how a planet goes from a condition it was in into a new elevated condition. Of course, the whole universe is going that way, but there are still planets and places being created, just the way new creatures are being created all the time on this planet. So I think there'll still be work to do as we move out into the universe. And this will be the year where we start interacting with the universal community and even be able to identify them. As I said earlier, about a third, it's my understanding now that about a third of the people on this planet are not actually from here. And we'll be able to see their beauty and enjoy them and get closer to them and share some of their knowledge as well, I would imagine. And it's quite a big universe with a lot of books yet to be opened. And I know we're just sort of at the beginning of this beautiful process that will probably continue for a long time out into the universe as well. So thank you all. And we'll continue right here. And this is Ed asking a certain question. And Mr. Cash, as he's included the Universal Council, I believe, in the end of this question. And to remember to continue to enlighten and elevate them, because those will be the advisors, I believe, of many nations and leaders as they transition as well from a selfish sort of leadership for them and their families and their lackeys or their councils into elevating the whole nation, similar to what I think Solomon did, very similar to that, where he wanted everyone to be uplifted in a way. And that's part of our process here. So we don't have to wait till we get to the level of the creator to actually implement any of this that we can share now with the little bit of knowledge that we understand with the others, and hopefully it'll open a new dimension for them as well. Joel, are you holding class in the morning? I'm assuming you're going to say yes, if you're still with us.
We hope yes.
Yes, okay, good. And we're all moving in the same direction, it sounds like, and Mitra is here, and continue to think of Mitra, remembering Mitra, and honoring Mitra, worshiping Mitra, thanking Mitra, and calling upon Mitra, because this is a whole new understanding for us in these fields of light or light entanglement. And I think that's part of the way we're going to be learning too, with using the light to do more things than we have done in the past. So thank you all, and let's go to the 414.
It was a mistake.
Okay. Okay, we have a couple of more hands that have popped up with Ed and Antonio. Ed, if you'd like to go ahead first.
Good morning, Mr. Cash. This is Ed from Indiana. I'm just thinking, is our ability to begin to understand this space travel as we encounter the new dimensions and inertias and stuff like that, that it's dependent on our willingness to see and feel and understand the limitations of our physicality. I don't know if I've explained myself well enough for you to understand.
You got to understand, in a very recent teaching, I touched on something that had no meaning to a lot of you, but some of you who understood that will understand what it is and what it'll be and how it'll be. I touched on the RNA and the DNA of magnetic fields. One is the presence of the field, and one is the manifestation of the emotion which that field carries. This, when you look at the plasma of the soul of the man, does not carry an emotion on its own. It's a collection of the fields and what we call the emotion, which that the strength carries with it, or what we call the RNA of the field. And this will bring a two-dimensional phase to man, where our physical soul dimension carries an information soul strength with it, which is connected to that field of strength, which the collection has created the soul of the man, or what we call the information carrier of the man. Where the fields we see are the DNA. And the strength of the information which is carried as RNA of that field leads to its manifestation. So all the fields within the plasma of the soul of the man, within the plasma of even the copper gans, has and do communicate and interact and collectively manifest that Gans as its representative of its manifestation of physicality. So is with the physical dimension of the man. This is more or less what, as knowledge seekers, as those who enter this phase of the separation of the soul of the man and the man, will understand. We, something which is on the sideline, I will explain to you to understand. In the teaching of last Sunday, in American teaching, if you get a chance to listen to it, and in the other teachings which we've been in past 2 or 3 months, we explain the significance of 22nd of February, 2022. It's a combination of all the tools. And it's not coincidental that it falls on a Tuesday when the Universal Council meets, or when you have your Universal Council meetings in the public dimension. And it is not coincidental that it's been said that way. The point of the reference of the soul of the man as collective elements will become the soul of the Universal Council and its members. And the dimension of the physicality is the physical man present in that dimension. And the maturity of the time and the point. It's for mankind to start a new cycle. And not only for mankind, but elevation and joining of the soul of the man to universal community will be completed on that day. And then man has the choice to interact and evaluate and respect, or still till next generation live in the doldrum that the man and as a race had lived during the past millions of years. Be it as what I call the scroll in the holes, or as a man in walking with the intelligence and knowledge of the present time. Man is not matured if the man does not understand the presence, the existence, and the beauty of his soul within his existence. Otherwise, you're still at the scroll billions of years ago as a mammal on the roots of the trees to hide from the dinosaurs not to eat. Because nothing has changed in the intelligence of the man in understanding the true essence of the creation. And this process has started, and this process will carry on. And now is the time for this. This is what we said is the end of religions. Listen to the Sunday teaching. Go back as knowledge seekers and listen to the American teaching on Sunday. I could not explain it any better. That when we all, and the dimension of physicality, live in the dimension of the Creator, then there is no religion. There is no need for religion. Where the man completes the cycle, all understand the totality. And then there is no place for the kings and the kingships, as the kings who bow to the religion, with having grown and progressed to understand totality, cannot be a king in front of the king. It becomes like it just in the court of the king. This is what needs to be understood, and this is the point of the completion of the man. Because when we say it's the end of religions, it has come the end of the Islam, it has come the end of the Christianity, it has come the end of Judaism or Buddhism or any other path of belief, is once we mature to understand the strength of the soul of the Creator, Do we need messengers to tell us? And then haven't they served the purpose to bring us to that point? Do we need for ayatollahs, popes and priests and mullahs and whatever you want to call them, rabbis, when our soul has matured to understand the totality? Do you use a taxi when you're already qualified to be a driver? This is where the maturity comes, when there is understanding comes. And this is where from the 22nd of February, the maturity of the man will start. The cycle of the new understanding, the handing over of the process of no religion, but believe in the creator, in understanding the strength of the soul of the mitra and the dimension of physicality of the presence. Strange enough, every time I speak about this, I get disconnected by those who don't want the truth to be known. When it comes to the 22nd of February, when you understand the truth, when the cycle of the understanding about your own soul become clear to you, do you need a name of the religion to pray, to understand, to connect to your creator? That's the end of the religions. That's without a doubt. You don't need a name to put on it, except the elevation of the soul of the man. And teaching after today is for you when you reach that point and you want to manifest yourself in different dimensions, what it will be. Don't be frightened of it when you achieve it, when you reach it. It's in some of the teachings I explain, when we bring people out of coma, the first thing we do, we cover the front that they cannot see. The body is still paralyzed, but the emotion has been returned to the physicality of the man. They get a shock. They want to move the arm and the leg, they don't, and they go to a second shock. And this is what we're trying to avoid with most of you. When you understand to see the power of your soul, don't get shocked at how numb the physicality has been and is literally paralyzed to the strength of the knowledge which the body carries. In the dimension of his soul, not in the dimension of his physicality. What I say, the sun of the truth has risen and will shine. And nobody up to now has managed to put a blanket on the sun. It shines the same in the dimension of the knowledge upon all its citizens in the universe, irrespective of time, place, and position. You got to realize, even for those who are on the backside of the earth, they still see that shimmer of the sky, that they can see through it. It's because the light of the sun still shines on the backside of the earth at the same time as the front. It's for man to mature. It's for man to understand the cycle and to understand that's the end of the religions. In every shape and form and dimensions, man has created the path to pray to his creator. As now the man is matured, completely has the understanding to understand that he has the dimension, the strength, the what I call the beauty to be part of, to understand he is part of the creator and he has to live by his conduct. Always ask, you'll be given. And when you're given, it will not be returned back. Because you ask for it to accept it. You ask for elevation of your soul to understand the totality. And if it's done with the pure sense of it, you shall receive it. You will be open to the eyes to see the strength of the emotion. You don't become a creator. You just become to understand the existence of the creator. You're not empowered to do whatever you like. You're empowered to serve those who are created by the beauty of the creator. And never be, never ever Imagine for a second, now you have become the creator. Then that's the time when the light of the truth will shine away from you and you become that dust. Soon mankind will understand what evolution and revolution we have started within the soul of the man to rise the soul, to free the physicality from the dimension of slavery to the dimension of being a prisoner and being imprisoned by not receiving itself. And that's the beauty of the new knowledge. While the physicality of the man imprisoned the soul of the man, the soul of the man imprisoned the physicality, but not letting see, understand, and be part of the totality. Now is the time to release both the prisoner and the prisoner. And then we'll see the elevation of understanding of the soul of the man and physicality. We are not preachers. We are the ray of the light of the Creator. And will shine upon all the same. This is what man to understand. And those who work against us, they need enlightenment, not punishment. The time of punishment is over. It's how you enlighten yourself, and then what you claim with it will become the essence of the totality for your creation. I made man in the image of myself, but I didn't make the man as me. The image never becomes the true essence of the reality. It's very much to say, if your hologram can think, make decisions, and do what it likes because it's just a hologram of you. Its name goes with it, is hollow and carries no soul. If itself has not understood its own strength and its power and conformation to its own existence, you just become reflection of the light of the beauty and not the beauty itself. Any other question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh. It's pretty deep teaching that you're getting into here.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.